Hola, hola, hola. Your hero has arrived. Hello, hello. How are you guys? I took way too much MDMA last night. I was tripping. Jonah, you're going through a transformation, man. Be careful, brother. Be careful. Wait for it. Wait for it. I know I did good staying up and not going to sleep early. Let's freaking go, baby. Let's freaking go! Go, 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 go! Guys, how are you? What is good? What is new? What is happening in your existence? Tell me something about yourself. I need to know. I need to collect as much information on you in my head as possible just to entertain myself while I exist here in this plane. Tell me everything. Pretend that I am the Akashic Records. And your vibrations will be remembered in my crystals. Bought a new razor and it was $2 off. There you go. That's going to be remembered for all time. First job tomorrow? Heck yeah. You're going to shower? Heck yeah. Getting stinky? Get that stink of the day off. I just got out of an 11-year relationship. I do know that about you, Jonah. How's that going, man? You doing okay? You feeling alright? You feel free? You feel happy? You feel doing good down south? Still super hot about the relaxing? Yeah, dude, it's been hot as shit. I was hiking. You're actively in the shower. Oh my god. Your phone's just like drenched. Yeah, I just got out of the shower too because I was literally walking all day today. Non-stop waltz about. You got hospital tomorrow? What do you mean you got hospital? Like you're in a good or bad way? I got pink eye in both my eyes. They're so small I can barely see. Oh shit, I'm sorry, Malice. How'd that happen? Somebody farted on your pillow. Bare arse. Lights Out Stories. Welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, thank you. How many steps? I don't know. I never really count my steps. I guess that would be interesting to know, honestly. Definitely more than 50. I'm not doing very good, to be honest. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, but let's reason through this, right? Let's be honest with ourselves. Why are you not doing well? I missed a show I wanted to go to at 5 because I legit fell asleep in the park. Grass nap. Oh, from the MDMA. Oh, okay. Well, that might be. You're gonna have, if you do MDMA, you're gonna have all your serotonin sucked out of your brain all at like one time. Phone's on a shelf, one not on my head. I have to work outside tomorrow in the heat, but it's chill because I work at a state park, so it's lax. That's cool. How do you deal? What happens if you come across a big old grizzly bear? You get to wrestle it. Honestly, grizzly bears are like my biggest fear. Just having to like make a choice between trying to save your friends or not. Amy, thank you for the gifter too. Renee. Anguiano Palacios. Is it obsessive to floss your teeth every hour? Yeah, I mean, usually you do it after like you eat, but every hour seems like a bit much because what is there to floss in there if you haven't like consumed any particulate? Also, let's skip this one. I need some speed. No, I told my partner if he takes me shark diving, the cage somehow breaks to leave me because ain't no way I'm moving. I know I'll die, just leave me. Well, that's the thing, is like, sure, okay, the cave breaks. Oh, like for the two of you in there. Well, that doesn't mean that the shark is going to come for you, right? In many ways, if you like swim backwards from it towards where you're going and like keep your eye on it, but sharks are, I'm not even joking when I say this, I genuinely think sharks are more machine than they are, like they're more instinct, right, than they are truly one of God's creatures. Because, so it's like you basically, like everything that they do, it seems like it all operates based on like an algorithm, which I mean might be equated to the same way for humans, but there's something about sharks that I've just observed from a distance that just seems like they almost have like a certain protocol, that if you can like figure out that protocol beforehand, both with like with the whole chumming of the water and then how you react within the water, not sprinting or trying to like swim away from it so you look like prey, all that kind of stuff. So as long as you can like not activate its like, but I'm sure your shark diving coach will teach you all this kind of stuff. I wouldn't be a great shark diving coach. Imagine if that was me on the boat. I'm just like thinking of all these like meaningless like philosophies about sharks that's not true at all, but also like simultaneously warning you if the cage breaks. Wart. Be in possum mode. In chum mode. I actually caught you live for once. I also just farted so hard in my bed. I'm drinking Coke Zero in it that it genuinely stung my butthole. That's awesome. Sometimes you gotta remind yourself that all your parts are working A-okay. Do you ever see the video of the guy who jumped off the cruise ship? Do you think the sharks follow cruise ships? Oh yeah, that was the guy in Louisiana or whatever. I felt so bad for him. We talked about that on stream, where it was just like, what a hopeless sense that must have been, that even if like those sharks didn't get to him that were following the cruise ship already, to just be like floating in the darkness in the middle of the ocean, eventually just kind of like waiting to either drown or be consumed by these weird beasts that clean up dead bodies in the ocean. Favorite place to go get coffee? Honestly, anywhere. I feel like coffee all tastes like shit to me, so I would probably more likely support like a local spot than some of the bigger ones. But I definitely had for many years gone to both Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks quite frequently just to get my high fructose corn bullshit. Also, I prefer a can of juice. Have you guys seen the movie Long Legs? And would you care if I talked about it? A can of juice, not a box of juice. They should start putting juice inside a can. Not yet. Yes. Nope and nope. No fructose, please do. It was so weird. Long Legs is pretty good. Long Legs. Yeah, it's like a horror movie called Long Legs, and I'll be honest with you, not my favorite. Not my favorite at all. And it sucks because I don't want to spoil it for you guys, because I guess I know I've pissed some people off in here for spoiling movies, but it's so hard not to spoil things, because I just want to, you want to complain or you want to praise something so bad, but you obviously have to get into like specifics and all that kind of stuff. I'm hot. Yeah, it is a very hot day today. I'm boiling up inside. Saw it at the cinema, was slightly disappointed. Yeah, I mean, it was just like, the way, it just, I don't know. The way that it portrays itself at the beginning of the movie is like a completely different movie by Act 3, and just kind of frustrating, because I don't know. The fact that so many people were praising that movie, and I just kind of, I don't know. I just feel like I really hit by a wall of realizing that there's just maybe an impossibility for me to ever like relate to the general public's like interests, I have a long leg phobia. That's the thing, is that why'd they even call him long leg? Doesn't even make any fucking sense. He just like made that up himself, and somehow that, like, it has nothing to do with the movie at all. Always watch the trailers. I mean, you definitely should watch the trailers, but it does feel better sometimes to go in kind of like blind. Listen to Let's Read Horror Stories, but it's not you, or am I crazy? There's like a channel called Let's Read Horror Stories. Is that what you're saying? Let's check it out. Let's Read Horror Stories. Okay, my channel comes up, and is there like another channel? I don't see it. Will you please play my friend's band's music? Alex Vio, lucky number. Yeah, let's do it. "11 months ago," Alex Vio. Alright, we'll play the song and then we'll kick off. We'll go read something. Yeah. Emo Bemo. What's up, Albert? Albert heard emo, he came running. Yeah. Why'd you leave the keys up on the table? Reminds you of Adventure Time. That's funny. It definitely has like sort of a song that you play during like the montage of like some indie movie. Wait, let's listen to this next part. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, no worries. That's dope. I won't ruin the whole song for everybody, but I like it. It's good. But let's read some stories, shall we? What's on the agenda today? So we got stories from trail guides, always a solid one, and honestly I think the channel was overdue for some outdoor related stories. I think we ever have a hoverboard like in the video. I feel like those already exist, don't they? Don't we already have hoverboards of sorts? I haven't seen 28 Inches Later either. It's really annoying. I'm honestly at this point probably going to wait till it comes to streaming. When will 28 Years Later be streaming? Currently in theaters, has no announced streaming date yet. However, based on the Sony Pictures release patterns, it's likely to be available on digital platforms or rental by late July. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Zam. We gotta wait a little while. Have you watched Superman yet? No, I haven't. I've heard mixed reviews. I've heard some people say it sucks, other people say it kicks freaking booty cheeks. So I'm glad that there's like a lot of movies that are out now that are at least worth checking out, you know what I mean? There was quite a while there in Hollywood for the past like 10 years where it was freaking rare to like actually look forward to seeing anything in theaters, which is a bit sad. Also, can you guys remind me if anybody remembers at the end? Oh yeah, New Jurassic Park too. It was, what'd you say, Jurassic Park? That movie is horrible. Oh, it wasn't good. Dang, yeah, my friend saw it. He says it was about what you'd expect. Spooky, scary dinosaurs killing people and eating people. 28 cheeseburgers. 28 beers later. Oh yeah, but remind me at the end of the stream, my buddy's daughter, you guys might remember her from a video from like 3 years ago where she read something at the end of it. She wanted to read something again, so you'll get to hear her remind me to input that. Yeah, she's a sweetie. So please be nice to her in the comments. Rogue One. Oh yeah, Rogue One was alright. Alright. Oh wait, is this working? Before I joined the Park Service, I used to work as a trail guide for a company based out of Groveland near eastern Yosemite. It was awesome work, and for the most part all the memories I have of it are happy ones. But there's one job I remember for all the wrong reasons. I was guiding a group of young corporate types up Half Dome. Corporate types. How old is she? She actually has a birthday here in 12 days, which she will be 9 years old. So you gotta be nice or she will find you. I was guiding. Oops. If it isn't my favorite narrator, how do you do? I was guiding a group of young corporate types up Half Dome in one of those team bonding exercises. A lot of jobs were kind of like that, especially around the holidays. We'd take them up to Little Yosemite Valley, and then set them up for a night around the campfire, and then take them up Half Dome the next morning. This bunch, 4 men and 3 women, seemed pretty average. Some were a little more comfortable than others being outdoors, but they didn't strike me as trouble. But the next day, as we were taking a break coming back down Half Dome, we heard a scream. That didn't sound very convincing. David Lee Hernandez with the 5 says, great way to lead these trail stories into crypto stories, next summer type of stories. That's true. Oops. Just banged into my mic, sorry. We should do some cryptos. I've been thinking about that as far as like the next set should definitively be some paranormal stuff of sorts. Have I picked Andor back up? No, I don't know, man. It's just tough. It's genuinely very, very tough for me to like just get into anything ever. Hey Christy, what's up? Amazing news this weekend. I was awarded a full scholarship to grad school. There's no way I could afford otherwise going to Arizona State. That's amazing. Didn't you say you were going to I thought you were going to culinary school or something, but I guess change of plans. That's amazing though. Yeah, I don't remember what I was talking about. But the next day, as we were taking a break coming back down Half Dome, we heard a scream. While the rest of us rested our legs and took some water, 2 of the men had gone off to take pictures of the view. Oh, Andor. Yeah, I just don't watch shows in general. Like, I do watch shows, right? But I just, I don't know. To sit down and watch Longlegs, it had to be like kind of just a convenient time where I saw it there and I'm like sitting in front of my TV and I had some food and I'm like, all right, fuck it, let's watch this stupid shit. While the rest of us rested our legs and got some water, 2 of the men had gone off to take pictures of the view overlooking the valley. Maybe a minute or 2 later, we heard a god-awful yell coming through the trees. Then one of the men came running back looking scared to death. He said his buddy was taking a picture near the edge of a cliff when he'd suddenly slipped and fallen. I had an idea of how bad it was just from his expression, but when I got there, I saw that it was way worse. The guy was lying at the bottom of a steep slope, not quite a... Let me fucking put on some lip balm. Warning! Thank you for the 34 months. Good to see you, bro. What's new, dude? I feel like we only ever catch you once a year. Oh, culinary art school was $70K. That's crazy. That seems like really expensive for culinary school. Can you say, Star, hurry up painting? Come on, Star. He said his buddy was taking a picture near the edge of a cliff when he'd suddenly slipped and fell. I had an idea of how bad it was just from his expression, but when I got there, I saw it was way worse. The guy was lying at the bottom of a steep slope. Not quite a sheer fall-off type of cliff, but all the tumbling he'd done on the way down had left him in a really bad way. He'd fallen maybe 70 to 80 yards, and he wasn't moving, and he wasn't making any noise. I asked the group, how many is... let's just say feet for this one. Sounds really weird saying yards. How you doing, Jolie boy? I'm good, Al. How are you, bro? What is happening? What's happening? Do the wart. Do the wart. Wart. Okay, everyone agreed except... What am I even reading here? We'd just been... Oh, I see. He'd fallen maybe 200 feet down this slope. He wasn't moving, and he wasn't making any noise. I asked the group that I was guiding to keep away from that slope and to gather where we'd just been resting until I got back. I needed to run down the trail to find a gentler portion of slope to scramble down so I could administer first aid to that wounded man, and I needed them all safe and in one place so I could find them afterwards. Everyone agreed except for the taller guy who'd seen the fall, as he insisted on helping in some way. He looked to be in decent shape and able to keep up, so we took off down the rail. Down the rail or trail? I don't even know. Trail, I think. He looked to be in decent shape and able to keep up, so we took off down the trail at jogging pace as I radioed for help from HQ. I remember as we were running, the tall guy kept asking me about the dude that had fallen, saying stuff like, "Do you think he's dead?" And I told him I had no idea. Some people survive some crazy falls, not always in one piece, but they still survive. And this seemed to reassure him a little, but not by much. As we kept running, I relayed a more detailed description of our location to HQ. My boss had been in touch with the park rangers, who were sending out ATVs and One Piece. One Piece is real. Oops. Do you put the flap of your roll of toilet paper front or back? Yeah, definitely the front for sure. Sorry. As we kept running, I relayed a more detailed description of our location to HQ. My boss had been in touch with the park rangers who were sending out ATVs in a life flight. I tried to describe where we were as best I could, but after that it became a case of trying to get the ATV's attention when they arrived in the area so they didn't roll past us and waste valuable minutes. The taller guy and I kept on running until we found a gentler slope we could get down, and then we made our way down to the bottom, careful not to trip and make our own selves casualties. At the bottom, we ran around back to where the guy had fallen, and when we got there, we were greeted by what was probably the worst thing I'd ever seen on the job. That fallen man had multiple fractures, severe abrasions to his face and head, and he was completely unconscious. But after a quick check of his pulse, I found that he was actually still alive. I radioed HQ again and told my boss that somehow our guy was still around, and that was the good news. But the bad news was that the state of his injuries meant that he was probably quickly running out of time. My boss said that he'd pass that on to the rangers, and then after giving that injured man what little first aid we could, what came next was essentially just a waiting game. We had to stay put and hope either the ATVs or that life flight spotted us in time. It was tense, very tense, and the taller guy kept asking, "Is he dead? Can you hear us?" and all that kind of stuff. He kept trying to talk to this guy, saying, "You're gonna be okay, man, just hanging in there. Hanging in there." Am I a dry texter? What does that mean? Going dry. Fraction for your creepy roll this Halloween. Sag Goro, what's up? Yeah, honestly, I'm already thinking of Halloween costumes. Are you guys getting your Halloween costumes ready? I'm just going streaking. Do you say like 2 or 3 words only and show no oh, you mean like a dad? Like how dads always do like the thumbs up or whatever. Hey, there's a dead body in the kitchen. Thumbs up. Dinner ready soon. No, I would probably be pretty communicative if need be. But I do have some friends that just like, if you're lucky enough to even get like a response to a text, I don't know, to like not respond to my text to me is like gravely offensive, you know what I mean? So it's just like funny, like having friends, yeah, who just literally are dad texters. Perla Nura with the 21 months. Welcome back. Say, hey Jay, I really enjoyed the podcast. Proud of you. Thank you, Perla. Very kind. Quick question to my horror story. Enjoy Zaria's story about a woman working at a fire lookout. When he noticed a fire, put it out. At the end, saw someone creepy people, kind of like a cult, who tried to light up her lookout, and she can later complain about how no one believed her, not even her family. Anyone know the name of her? Yeah, I think it's just part of the fire lookout stories. If you're trying to find it there, you might be able to see something in the comments, I guess. Who knows? He kept trying to talk to this guy, saying, "You're gonna be okay, man. Just hang in there." I didn't think the injured man could hear him, but I wasn't about to interrupt him when he was essentially trying to make himself feel better. But then after, he started saying stuff like, "He just tripped, man. There was nothing I could have done. One second I was looking through my camera, and the next he was just tumbling down that slope." I tried my best to reassure him that accidents happen in the wilderness, and he kind of echoed that same point in the next thing. I tried my best to reassure him that accidents happen in the wilderness, and he kind of echoed that same point in the next thing he said, but there was something about the way he said it that just didn't sound right to me. And the thing he said was, "It wasn't my fault." I know that makes sense for him to say something like that, and hearing it read out loud like that, it's probably not going to raise any red flags for you. But at the time, it sounded like he was trying to reassure his buddy and whoops. The story was in the beginning of March. Beth knows all the stories. She knows the date that they were released, the time, the duration it took me to get through it, number of mistakes. She is the Akashic Records of the channel. I know that makes sense for him to... Oh, here we go. I know that makes sense for him to say something like that, and hearing it read out loud like that, it's probably not going to raise any red flags for you. But at the time, it sounded like he wasn't trying to reassure his buddy anymore. He was trying to reassure himself. I've seen some pretty bad accidents and injuries during my time, everything from animal attacks to accidental shootings. And every single time, I'm amazed by how selfless folks can be. They'll rip up their own shirts and use them as tourniquets, or offer to carry the injured person for miles and miles without a break. What they want, what's good for their well-being, that isn't important anymore. Priorities have been totally rearranged, and it's all about the injured person, always. So when this guy started talking about himself, repeating how the injured man had suddenly slipped and it totally wasn't his fault, I'm thinking, this guy's a total douche. And that's legitimately all I was thinking, that the taller guy was some kind of self-centered a-hole, and I didn't devote any more brain power to it because I had obviously more important things to worry about. I was 110% focused on the horizon, eyes and ears peeled for any sign or sound of the ATVs or the helicopters, so I let the comments slide and carried on trying to do my job. The taller guy started freaking out again and asking me a whole bunch of questions. I told him to shut up and check the injured man's pulse. It was weak, but it was still there. I remember saying almost a silent prayer for someone to show up soon, like this full-body sensation of me thinking and even trying to force. Hey, Canonimusaurus Rex, what's up, dude? You just can't see the memories in your head. Oh, that's right. So magic tricks work really good. I can just pull like a quarter out from behind your ear and I'm like, see? It was all up in there with the wax. Do I like Dude Perfect? I don't watch any of Dude Perfect, but I've seen some of their stuff over the course of the, years they've been on YouTube. Do they still do stuff? It's kind of weird whenever like a channel got like so popular back in like 2014. And I remember at the time I was just trying to come up, and make something happen on here. And so like it's weird to hear people from back then and see that they're still have 61 million subscribers. Holy shit. One day ago, Average Dude versus Rodeo Bull, 100-person airsoft battle royale. Oh, that sounds fun. That's a brilliant idea, actually, for a video. Level 1 1 to 50 extreme basketball shots with Caitlin Clark. Nice. She made 0 shots. We raced the craziest soapbox cars ever. Tortoise versus hare, who wins? That's gotta be interesting. Like, to get to the level of, like, making videos where you're like, I need this video to be liked by every single person on the planet. I don't care if they're from India. I don't care if it's the president of Australia. A big what up from Lansing, Michigan. Apologies for my heavy or light sleeper. I would say medium, maybe. Of average sleeplyhood, average slurth. It just, I don't know. Like, if someone wanted to wake me up, I am pretty quick to be like, yo, what's up? Like, and I come to really quick. I'm just like, let's go. Lock in, let's go. I've got oxygen to my brain. I know what's going on. Oh, for your long absence, no worries, dude. I'll always be here. Yeah. I sleepwalk and I hallucinate. I scream. Am I 100% conscious, though? Oh, that's actually... I do sleep talk a lot. Yeah, my friends have definitely told me that, for show. They're like, you're having like a full-blown conversation with me and you're just completely out. The snowman has no penis. I remember saying a silent prayer for someone to show up soon. This sort of full-body sensation of like trying to force something into being. And then after a few more minutes of feeling my hope start to dwindle, I heard the sound of ATV engines getting louder and louder as they came round that mountain. Myself and that tall man started yelling and jumping up and down, waving our arms, and then that's when they saw us. The guys on the ATVs came in fast with a stretcher and some first aid. They not only had the gear to stop the injured man's bleeding, but they also had the GPS and the radios to tell that air ambulance exactly where it needed to land so they could get him on board as fast as possible. It was a terrible thing to happen, and all my sympathies were with that injured man, but those rangers were incredible to watch. They kept their heads cool while dealing with his injuries so bad that... You're a heavy sleeper, always sleep 9 to 10 hours, never used to be like that, but I took medications, and when I came off them, it was never the same even 5 years later. Oh, like you sleep. After you got off the medication, you sleep heavy now? I should record myself sleeping at least once. I guess with those apps, aren't there some like apps that kind of do that? Joe Ross, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. King of the Hill is back. Has anybody watched it? Is it good? One time I lived in Georgia and I woke up to my family asking if I was okay, and it was because a terrible storm happened and a tree fell on the house. I was oh damn, sleeping through an earthquake. Bunny X2, thank you, good to see you. They kept their heads cool while dealing with injuries so bad I could barely look at them, and then just as they were getting the injured man on their stretcher, we all heard the sound of rotor blades booming above us as that air ambulance flew into view. It was like seeing an angel coming from heaven. Not so much the sight of it... It was like seeing an angel coming down from heaven. Not so much the sight of it, of course, but the feeling I got when I saw that crazy brave pilot suddenly pitch and turn in the air above us. They were heroes in the truest sense of the word, putting their own bodies on the line just to save a few seconds, because a couple of seconds could be the difference between life and death. The helicopter landed not far from us, and then the two rangers picked up the stretcher and then ran over to the thing as it set down but kept its blades spinning. The door swung open as the rangers got close, and then two medics hopped out to help them haul the stretcher into the belly of that chopper. And after that, they hopped back in before the rangers backed off, then after the door slammed closed, they took off and disappeared behind that mountain again. The rangers ran back over to us as the sound of those rotor blades eventually faded. One of them asked where the rest of the group was. When we explained that we were further up the trail, they gave me and the tall guy a ride back up to them. And then slowly but surely, they helped us all get back down to the valley. Do you think it's disrespectful for people who have friends to say they don't have friends? Who are you being disrespectful to? The losers without friends? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, like disrespectful to the friends that they do have friends. Well, maybe they, You probably wouldn't say it to your friends, because then that friend would be like, oh, okay, I guess I'm chopped liver, or whatever. But, yeah, I mean, I've definitely said that before, but it's mainly just because I want more friends. I want non-stop friend-like stimulus. Always in my face at all times, making me happy, making me laugh. Even when I'm on my deathbed, I'll forget that I'm dying. But it talks about basically being platonically dating someone, and then this person eventually takes them to an abandoned house in the woods versus their mom's corpse. Interesting. You're clingy? Clingy to what? Like you're covered in like sticky goop. Or like Velcro. You just physically cannot get away from people. My parents used to watch 6 Feet Under years and years ago. I never fully watched it before. Like a jester. A jester would be kind of fun. I really do. It would be so sick to be like royalty, and you just kind of have like servants and stuff around you all the time. And then you could be like, servants, we're gonna play fucking Monopoly. And don't let me win. I'll know if you let me win. I'll have you killed. Just kidding. I would probably make those kinds of jokes to my servants a lot. That I'm going to have them thrown off a cliff or put in the gulag, but then I would just say, JK, just chill out, man, you're fine. But we are going to toss you off the top of the castle. It's hurling day. Would you like to still live with your friends if you still could? I guess it just depends on the friends. I mean, if they didn't interfere, or, you know, if the house, I guess, was big enough that like I could get some distance, you know, from them or whatever, and my recording and their sort of existence wouldn't be loud enough to interfere with recording, that'd be nice. Tossing your servants off the roof again, ice cold, yeah. Every Friday, you know how it goes. What's up, dude? Jeremy, you got a new PFP. Nice. I thought you were going to say throw them in the goo. Yeah, the goo pit. And honestly, I really do. I would like to like look up a video of just like the most outrageous things that like emperors have done, or even like the king of North Korea. Like, what's he make people do? President Zingadu, or whatever his name is. I could imagine, how sick would that be if he had like he made them build a castle, and then he wants you to make a moat. What's up, Nocturnal? And then you got the moat, and then you fill the moat with Jello. Yeah, guarantee. Oh, dude, 100% human centipede. That's like definitively happening. Not for me. I wouldn't do that. Well, I guess if I did, where would I be? I would be certainly not in the middle. I think that would be an abuse of power on my end, really. Do you remember when North Korea hacked Sony over that shitty movie? That's awesome. Genghis Khan. Yeah, what did Genghis Khan make his homies do? You were just thinking of human centipede. I saw one while restoring your step. You saw a human centipede? Then slowly but surely, they helped us get back. Fuck. Alright, fries in the back. Fries in the back. Who's in the middle? Then slowly but surely, they helped us all get back down the valley floor before we made our way back to camp. Looking back on it, I feel like I should have noticed sooner, but it wasn't until everyone was back at camp that I started to notice something about the tall guy. Every other member of the group seemed devastated, like truly heartbroken that something so terrible and random could have happened to them on what was supposed to be a fun team-building exercise. But the tall guy seemed almost, how do you really even put this? Distant. He didn't seem to do any kind of grieving or hurting on his own. He just walked around offering cold comfort like it was nothing but a chance to display leadership capabilities. It was strange. and he even repeated what he said about it not being his fault. And then while reassuring everyone that there was nothing he could have done to stop it, and how just witnessing the fall was traumatizing to him, it seemed like he was trying to divert a little of that sympathy onto himself. That time, instead of just thinking of what an asshole, I remember thinking, okay, now this is strange. Now don't get me wrong, I understand that seeing something like that is a terrible thing, and it has an awful effect on a person's mind. Heck, maybe it's just something that you had to be there for. But take my word on the fact that something about the way the guy was behaving just didn't pass the smell test, so to speak. It had a lot to do with something I'd heard that previous night, but I'll get to that point later on. Now anyways, I waited with the group at the Valley campsite till their ride showed up, and then I made my way back to headquarters to fill my boss in on everything crazy that had happened. I went through the whole thing with him, start to finish, and then when I was done, I told him what I'd been starting to suspect over the past couple of hours. I didn't think the injured man slipped. I thought he was pushed, and I thought the taller guy was the one who did the pushing. It might sound cruel, but my boss was a veteran ex-ranger who was just about carved out of wood, and by that I mean he'd been there, done that, and gotten the t-shirt too. He laughed when I told him what I thought, and then he jokingly asked if the taller guy had tried to finish the injured man off when we got to the bottom of the slope. And when I told him no, that he helped me stem the bleeding and check his pulse, he told me, well, seems hardly. Genghis Khan was a savage when the Mongolian Empire invaded villages. They'd do like a blitz, but throwing boiling oil over the walls to make the villagers think they were attacking with dragons. Well, all that sounds really scary, but the fact that you called him a savage is a little racist, so you are banned? Goodbye forever? When I told him no, that he helped me stem the bleeding and check his pulse, he told me... I'm just kidding. I don't care. Doesn't seem... Sorry. It's like weird grammar. Yeah, fiance moved into your first house. Nice, Alexander. Congratulations, dude. How's that feel? When I told him no, that he helped me stem the bleeding and check his pulse, he told me, doesn't seem like a stone-cold killer, does he? But he didn't laugh after I told him what I'd heard that night before, and was the same thing that I told the cop who came to visit me a few weeks later. My boss gave me the heads up that someone was about to call, and when he told me it was the cops, I felt like every dark suspicion of mine had been confirmed all at once. 2 detectives stopped by to ask me a bunch of questions, and I didn't tell them outright because I knew that... Guys, I just had an idea. So, like, I do true scary, like, trail guide, true scary wilderness guide stories. But what if I did my titling similar to how I do them on Reddit, where it's like, the first story is the... sort of the title as well, you know what I mean? Or it's like, he tried to kill him, or something like that. Mr. Krabs, I have an idea. But you know what I mean? Like, something clickbaitington, etc. You think it would be more eye-catching? Yeah. I don't know. I didn't know if it would, like, deter from... I don't know. I need to figure out my damn thumbnails, man. I just need to figure out how to, like, I mean, the whole point of my channel is stories, right? But I need to figure out a way to, like, correlate, a connection between, like, what you see in the title and what you see in the thumbnail, and just sort of, like, whether your eyes start at the thumbnail or whether your eyes start at the words of the title, I just need them to be, like, to work in conjunction with themselves. What's up, Jade? Use your face, but make it creepy. You got it. Send face in. If you do a short preview, it'll draw more people. Short preview. I'll like start to read the stories right out the gate. Do you guys think like me doing those intros are actually kind of hurting the channel a little bit? My thumbnails are amazing and inspiration. Oh, thank you, dude. Justin, welcome back for 7 months, says, your mom burns the grilled cheese on the camping trip in the Ozarks. Your mom burns the grilled... What is that from? It sounds familiar. Ever watch a show series while disliking it all the way through? I guess like Seinfeld when I was younger, my mom would put on Seinfeld. I really didn't like Seinfeld at all. I don't know why. I just never thought that they were funny. I mean, I thought that they were funny, but I was a little kid, right? So like whatever jokes they were making, I just couldn't get on board. But I'm just sitting there staring at like Jerry being like, what's the deal? What the hell? Why don't they want me to go near that elementary school? What's going on with that? You met Jerry Seinfeld, nice. Wait, did you actually? He's not nice. I still remember though, like comedians in cars getting comedy and just like how out of touch Jerry Seinfeld was. It was so fucking funny because he had no idea. He had no idea that he was like that out of touch with like regular people because he's, I guess, you know, a billionaire, which is fine. You're gonna be a billionaire, you shouldn't be in touch with regular people. You should be paying people to, you know, go buy snacks or whatever. Which I guess we kind of do that too with like DoorDash and all that kind of stuff. Everybody's got a small chariot for their dingy doos or whatever. But that was like, I just remember, I don't know who he was with, but Jerry went into a grocery store, of course, wearing like a suit blazer and a pair of comfortable sneaks, which is a decent look, you know what I mean? You want to stay comfortable as you're walking. But it was just like so funny whenever he like looked at this box of like Hostess coffee cakes, or like the Hostess cakes that look like little Christmas trees or something. And he was just like, Blimby Blues? What the, like he was trying to, like he was like, it's like in his mind he's always trying to like break the fourth wall of sorts and think of some sort of like, I don't even know, he's like, he's attempting to pretend to be human and understand like, how's the Blippy Blue? Do you put it in your mouth? Do you eat it? You gotta unwrap it? You gotta do that? You don't have someone there to fluff your balls while you're doing it? Like, how do people handle it? And I don't know. I was like, that was the moment that I realized, I'm like, this guy doesn't do his own shopping, which is fine, because neither would I. George is your favorite. George is pretty funny. They're all great, honestly. Dude, it wasn't until I got older. Dude, it was not till I got older that I realized how incredibly beautiful Elaine was. Like, I didn't realize it. I was just like, I like ignored Elaine, and then now I look back and I'm like, holy shit. Elaine is fucking hot. New Adventures of Old Christine. My Kramer was the real asshole, yeah. Do you remember? Do you remember when Kramer... You guys gotta look this up if you ever get a chance. But do you remember when Kramer and Jerry went on like an apology tour on all those like late night talk shows to like apologize on behalf of like Michael Richards and stuff? Jerry, I did a real bad thing, Jerry. I'm sorry, Jerry. Kramer, get the fuck away from me. You know, it's just like, but it was so funny. He gets like, I think he was on Letterman. I think it was Letterman, but he's just like, I'm really sorry, everyone. But it's like everybody in that audience has been conditioned for like over 2 decades to like laugh at everything these two morons say, especially in tandem with one another. So like as this guy's attempting to like apologize for this like terrifyingly monstrous, like, racist rant that he did on stage, there's people in the audience at, like, on David Letterman who are just, like, snickering to themselves or, like, laughing without even, like, a cue card to tell them to clap or laugh. And then I just remember, like, Jerry's like, stop laughing. Stop laughing. It's not funny. Our entire job for literally 20 years was to make you laugh. And now we do one of the most, like, objectively, like, insane shit possible, which, you know, I don't know. I mean, if you really sit there and think about it, it kind of reminds you a little bit of, like, a Curb Your Enthusiasm, like, episode. But just, like, telling, like, comedians, like, going around telling people not to laugh. There's just, like, something, like, so ironic about all of it. Hey, don't laugh. You're not allowed to find that funny. My boss gave me the heads up that someone was about to call, and when he told me it was the cops, I felt like every dark suspicion of mine had been confirmed at once. 2 detectives stopped by to ask me a bunch of questions, and I didn't tell them outright because I knew that they had their list of questions to ask me. But when it came to the question of me noticing anything suspicious during the night before the accident, I gave them both barrels. I told them how that previous night, that tall man, is it? The tall man and injured man. Larry David wrote a great piece a few months ago about Bill Maher. Oh, that's funny. Larry did? Does Larry still write? Did you see that thing where it was like, it showed that, like, Bernie Sanders and, like, Larry David are, like, really, really close, like, cousins? Like, I think, like, second cousins or like, actually, like, they were completely unaware that they were really closely related to one another. Which, like, who couldn't tell that? But at the same time, it was just, like, hilarious because they both, or I think Larry David played Bernie Sanders on, like, SNL at some point or something. Hey, Dom, take care, dude. You're one of the most depressed humans, but I'm funny as fuck. Hey, you know, it's reasonable. It's how you do it. Would I date my second cousin? Unfortunately, in my religion, I have no choice. It just has to happen. I told them how that previous night, the tall man and injured man went off to talk in private. I told them to stay close, to come back to the fire as soon as possible, I told them to stay close and to come back to the fire as soon as possible, but they didn't listen. And then after some time, I decided to go look for them. I walked off the direction they'd gone, and although I couldn't see them right away, I heard them loud and clear. They were trying to keep their voices down, but they were clearly having some kind of heated debate. And I don't want to say that they were yell whispering, because that sounds kind of dumb, but it clearly was loud. I got closer and closer, honing in on the sounds of their voices, when I suddenly heard one of them say something along the lines of, "Oh, is that it? You want me out of the way? Well, good luck, buddy." The other guy cut back in with this reassuring tone to his voice, but I didn't catch anything he said after I called out to them both to come back to camp. And they assured me that they'd return in a minute or two, which they did, and I put their discussion down to something to do with business. It didn't occur to me that out of the way meant, "Oh, you want me out of the way, do you, bud? Do you? Do you, Jerry? Do you, Jerry? You want me out of the way? Jerry! Jerry, you want me out?" Alright, this whole story I can't imagine being anybody other than Seinfeld characters at this point. "You want me dead, Jerry? Throw me down this fucking cliff! Throw me, Jerry! Jerry!" When I mentioned that thing about the out-of-the-way argument, both the detectives stopped writing notes and then gave each other this sort of knowing sort of look. Fuck. Fucking hell, mate. Yeah, I am a concubine forced to marry the king. A concubine that got conked on the head by a coconut. Okay. Here we go. I don't even remember where I was. They assured me that they'd return and... Okay. It didn't occur to me that out of the way might mean physically out of the way, and not just sort of like fired or laid off. When I mentioned that thing about the out of the way argument, both the detectives stopped writing notes and they sort of gave each other this sort of look. They didn't come out and say it, but I could tell that they had their own suspicions about the accidental fall. But what they did tell me was how the injured guy was in a coma, meaning he wasn't talking to any pie. It means he wasn't talking to PewDiePie. But what they did tell me was how the injured guy was in a coma, meaning he wasn't talking to anybody anytime soon. It was a relief to hear that he'd actually survived, but it sucked hearing that he hadn't all the way survived. All the way survived. Being the concubine. The concubine. Holy shit. Was there ever like a gay king? Like a gay emperor? And I guess, can they even be openly gay as king? Is that allowed? Are there rules against that? One of the French ones? It was me. No! No! God killed. It was a relief to hear he'd survived, but it sucked hearing that he hadn't all the way survived. Fuck, man. My voice is crickety-cracking. You asked that. You asked that in history class. Was there like a fully gay emperor? Great question. Great fucking question. All of them. Every single one. It was a relief to hear that he'd survived, but it sucked hearing that he hadn't all the way survived, you know? But that's why they were talking to me instead of just asking the guy if really... But that's why they were talking to me, instead of just asking the guy if he had really slipped, or if he had been pushed. And after thanking me for my time, I saw them out of my trailer and then called my boss to tell him everything that had been said. Damn, my voice is actually already squeaking, and it's bad. I'm a squeakosaurus. Squeakosaurus mouse. I don't know if I have any of my spritzy sprays. Shit, bro. What the fuck is this? Some sort of concoction? Squeaking and geeking. Okay. Someone fluff Joel. Holy shit. What's up, Ollie? After thanking me for my time, I saw them out of the trailer. Okay. After thanking me for my time, I helped them out of the trailer and then called my boss to tell him everything that had been said. I guess it was a little I told you so moment because those guys were quite clearly about to launch some kind of attempted murder case. And although I don't know how it all panned out for them or if the injured man ever woke up from his coma, my mind's already made up. I think that not only was there an attempted murder during one of my guided hikes, but I got a front row seat to watch that slimy bastard. Yeah, I'll just say psychopath. Psychopath makes... I don't have to swear there. Have some tea. Can you make me some tea, please? Oh, please make me some tea. I think that Not only was there an attempted murder during one of my guided hikes, but I got a front row seat to watch that psychopath try and worm his way out of it, and it makes me sick to my stomach, even all these years later. Who's the king of gay? Yeah, who is the king of gay? Do gay people, do they nominate that person, or is it just he's sort of like their queen? Where people say well, gay, you can't make more gay people, but then you find out that he's sort of like the queen with a massive thorax and shits out a bunch of other gay babies or something. James Charles. It has to be. Well, Elton John would make some sense, honestly. David Bowie? You don't think he's actually dead? He's just in some CIA farmhouse. They've been breeding him. You just got out of a 16-year relationship. I'm sorry to hear that, Kat. I hope you're doing all right. Is the mag tea better than the pill? I wouldn't say so, honestly. I think the mag tea is less effective, because I think the pill, magnesium supplement that I need to get a new one, but the one that I had used a while ago comes in the green, is it's a white thing with green typography on it. That one was one of the best ones I've used, but I think it digests lower in your GI tract, so it's just a lot more effective. Remember that one video where the girl, I don't know if you guys seen that one, where she walks up to some guy out of nowhere and she's like, you're bi. I don't know why I think that video is so fucking funny. Just walking up to someone and declaring that they're bisexual. It's oh, okay, thank you, I had no idea. It's hereditary to listen to creepy stories to fall asleep. Hell yeah, dude. It's been going on for millennia. Dr. Berg's Bioptimal's Mag Complex is top tier. Okay, I'm just gonna buy that right now. Well, I'm gonna at least look it up on Amazon. Dr. Flurg's Bisexual Bioptimals Mag Complex. Is that the the magnesium glycinate? Is that the one? Hey Jimmy, what's up, broski? We're just on story number 2. Story 2. Okay, I guess this is kind of 2 stories for the price of 1, but the first one is kind of an explainer that's also kind of upsetting, so I'll just breeze through it to get to the stuff that actually matters. And for the record, I'm a woman, and I was still a 20-year-old college student when this happened to me. I used to work as a trail guide way down south, taking folks out into nature reserves to make sure that they see all that they want to. Are these stories cooking? The first one was pretty good. What did you guys think of that first one? Filled with intrigue and mystery. I used to work as a trail guide way down south, taking folks out into nature reserves to make sure that they see all they want to see without getting themselves lost. One day I was out walking my dog down one of the trails when I heard a gunshot. My dog and I went to investigate because hunting is not... My dog and I went to investigate because hunting is super not legal in that nature reserve, and that's how we found ourselves a poacher doing something despicable to an innocent animal. And I ran back to my cabin, called the rangers, and then within just a couple of hours, the guy was actually in cuffs. and it felt like an incredible achievement, knowing that we'd helped put someone who threatened the animals behind bars. But one of my fellow guides seemed a little less enthusiastic about it than the rest. I figured that she was maybe a little jealous or something like that, and now I know otherwise. Regardless, I rode that wave of good feeling for about a week or two, but after a while, everything went back to normal, and it kind of faded into the background. 6 weeks after poaching... Hey Kylie, what's up, dudeski? We be poaching eggs. I'm going to have disco fries with a side of poutine. Poop-teen. Can you do an impersonation of legendary Waganda news anchor? Why are you gay? You are gay. Why are you gay? No, you are gay. So you are gay. Six weeks after the poaching arrest, I got a guiding job for a solo hiker. We mostly dealt with groups of people, be it families or classes of middle school kids, but requests for solo guides weren't entirely unusual. Some folks wanted to go hiking, they just didn't have anyone to go with, and that was one of our company's selling points. We'd get the odd older gentleman coming in to book a guide because he wanted to go visit a trail he'd visited during his younger years, and at the same time, those could be the easiest and the most rewarding assignments of all. The pace wasn't too hard, and seeing how happy they were when you arrived at a certain creek, valley, or waterfall, it was priceless. And that's why I didn't hesitate when I saw the single name appear on my schedule for the week. Mr. Cliff was all it read, and when I asked what reason he'd given for requesting a guide, I was told that he was a gentleman in his... What other impressions can you do? Good question. Good question. Please say a sentence that includes Pazuzu, snacks, house noises, and anchovies. I don't get it. Their Scottish accent. I'm not very good at it, but I see that they talk down in the lower bottoms of their mouth, at the bottom right. I don't know, it fucking sucks, but it's a very guttural, like, back of the fucking throat, mate. Russian, I guess, is a little bit higher pitched-ish, kind of. I'm your jester, yeah. Dance monkey, yeah. Liverpool. I'm from Liverpool. Couple of really, really crazy, absolutely bonkers, mate. Absolutely fucking bonkers. That bloke blew my absolute mind. German? I said to them that this was not good. They did not listen to me. Throated. Texas. Yeehaw, SpongeBob. Yeehaw, SpongeBob. Hispanic. Yes, like a SpongeBob. He sometimes it's like hot out and but he need like water because it's too hot. I would die if he did a bit of boyfriend ASMR. Hey guys, welcome back to Boyfriend ASMR. I just want you to know that I am French and you are safe with me. I promise as you visit this countryside that everything will be okay. And you are coming into my store being very rude, being not nice. I gave you all my vodka. You drank it. And you are very, very rude. Okay. No boyfriend has traumatized me. You've been traumatized. Trauma dumped. C'est parfait, Anne-François. Hey, what does a boyfriend even say? Boyfriend? I thought boyfriends, if it's a boy, I feel like boyfriend ASMR is kind of like an oxymoron, you know what I mean? Because aren't boyfriends supposed to yell at you? Do not redeem! Do not redeem! Do not redeem! No, 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 no! No, 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 no! You do a wicked Irish East Indian. That's cool. You gotta Google it. Yeah. If it don't make sense, you just gotta ask Google. What's up, Frey? As a 30-year-old man, I've never listened to boyfriend ASMR. There's still time. There's still time. You never know. You never know what might be your niche here in this wild, wild west of entertainment. The smoker's impression. SpongeBob. Hand me my oxygen tank and my pack of Camel Reds. Give you $5 to do boyfriend ASMR. Okay. 5. Where's the 5? No, I'm just kidding. It's fine. Yeah. RFK. How did RFK lose his voice? Was he in like Thespians, do you think? And he was like a singer? He was in theater and he was just too loud. Try to explain the difference of left and right to us, and like directionally, not politically. So okay, let's think. How would you explain it? How would you explain it? So left is over here, and right is this way. He lost his voice gambling. The devil took it. Okay, boyfriend ASMR. What do boyfriends say? They say, hey, I can probably tell that you're probably like not super happy in a relationship lately, are you? With that fucking loser over there, I bet. Yeah, fuck him. He sucks. I'll give you what you need. I'll give you a good fucking life. Come on. I got like $35 in my bank account. We could go get ice cream. Fuck me, man. We could go get ice cream. You like ice cream? You trying to watch your weight? I guess you're right. You probably should. But that doesn't mean anything. You should still come over. I like them thick. Is my beard super long? No. Mr. Cliff was all it read. And I asked, man, I can't read for shit, bro. And when I asked what reason he'd given for requesting a guide, I was told he was a gentleman in his 50s scouting locations for a photography project he was planning. I thought that sounded really cool, and when Mr. Cliff arrived on the day of the hike, he was just as nice as I expected. He was a widower with grown-up kids who picked up photography as a way of occupying himself, and he lived locally, but since he wasn't as spry as he used to be and didn't know the trails, he figured it wouldn't hurt to pay for a trail guide so he can enjoy a little company during his walk. We worked on a route at the office. Oh, I see. Joel, did you say widower? Widower in that weird tone? What weird tone? Like, did I say widowy? She was a widower. Please don't tell me I said it that way. No way, did I actually? Oh, man, I hope not. He was a widower. Maybe it just sounds like that. Maybe you're just, alright, I gotta go back, huh? It probably wouldn't hurt to touch that one up a bit. You freak. He was widowy a widower, meaning that pretty much his wife is like dead. He was a widower. Oh my, see, look at that. You guys force it down my throat. Whatever that means. He was a widower with grown-up kids who... Am I saying it right now? Am I actually saying... Oh, no, I'm like confused. He was a widower with grown-up kids who picked up photography as a way of occupying himself. He lived locally, but since he wasn't as spry as he used to be and didn't know the trails, he figured it wouldn't hurt to pay for a trail guide so he could enjoy a little company during his walk. We worked out a route at the office, one that'd take around 4 hours there and back, and then we hit the trails at around 11 a.m. He said Cliff was his first name and that he'd worked as a trucker for most of his adult life until a work-related injury just put him on workers' comp. And that was the reason he wasn't as mobile as he used to be and why his kids thought it'd be safer for him doing... Can I just, once again, thank God that my freaking back feels good again? You know how strange it is to have, I'm sure some of you do, but it's to be, hurt where you can't do shit, and then suddenly you're just, good? It's so weird, bro. Just wanted to touch my toes. We're good. Queef Sweat with the 5 says, let's PU line. Wait, latest PU line. Congratulations, I'm about to get you pregnant. Your thoughts? What's a P? Oh, pickup line. Oh, nice. Latest pickup line. Congratulations, I'm about to get you pregnant. Well, I guess, yeah, sometimes you kind of have to be pragmatic with people and you got to let them know that you're kind of anticipating the future. How did I heal my back? There's a thing called the GHD machine, and basically it's you can do prone position and supine position, and it does with birth control, yeah. I had it blown out. No, I'm sorry. So basically, yeah, so you go prone position all the way down, deep stretch, and then activate back up, and then supine position, deep stretch all the way down, back up. And so it's a posterior chain / ab workout, but it's so amazing. It literally stretches your back and then strengthens your back, or, your core, essentially, on both front and back. Murbot, thank you. Princess. The bend and the snap. Pilates fixed your back? Yeah, I wonder if it's really just all comes down to stabilization of the core. My lumbar. You know what I mean? Pilates would make sense where you're really strengthening your core and all that kind of stuff and all of those particular positions. I fixed my front back. I fixed my grundle. My Solomon grundle. Yeah, planks makes a lot of sense too. Just activation. Front glute activation. Do you have anything nice to say about the movie Legally Blonde? Man, it's been so long since I've seen it. I swear to God, I saw Legally Blonde maybe when I was in 5th grade. It's been so long. Which was back in 1982. That was the reason he wasn't as mobile as he used to be, and why his kids thought it'd be safer for him to enlist the help of a trout. God damn it. You can do 65 sit-ups. That's cool. That's a lot. That's awesome. That was the reason he wasn't as mobile as he used to be, and why his kids thought it'd be safer for him to enlist the help of a trail guide. He was great company too, and asked me a bunch of questions about my life and the plans I had for it. He apologized for all the questions at one point, saying that he didn't get to talk to people much anymore, not since he retired and his kids moved out of town. I told him it was no problem at all, and I was grateful for I told him it was no problem at all, and I was grateful to be guiding such a friendly conversationalist. He gave me this big, warm smile, and we kept on walking. We talked about photography for a while, and he sounded really passionate about it. And then, at around an hour and 30 into the hike, just as we were reaching the destination we picked out, I started asking more questions about him. I'd asked him a couple of pretty basic things upon being introduced, but since he was a widower... My God, there it is again. He used to do 100 push-ups. What do you do now? I mean, if you did 100 push-ups, you could probably still, bang out 40, right? Widower. You nuked your potato. Just exploded. True stories, nice. Last night I was just listening to a group where one person stepped on a rusty bear trap that was shot all the way. Yeah, dude, that shit was nuts. Max now is 250 push-ups in 2 hours. I mean, to sit there and do push-ups, you know what I mean, at maximum ability for 2 hours does take a lot of, I feel like mental bullshit, you know what I mean? To, legitimately just sit there and bang out push-ups for 2 hours straight. How often does everyone shave their legs? Me? I don't remember. Do 200 every day except on weekends, part of my calisthenics routine. That's dope. That's smart, honestly. Do you continue to do you have to continue to increase them as well? Every summer, every spring, you shed your wool coat of leg hair. I'd ask him a couple of pretty basic things upon being introduced, but since he was a widower, I didn't want to probe too much into his family because of how upsetting it might be for him. But then, as we got into the subject of family, and after explaining my own was a mix of Irish and Puerto Rican, I asked where his family was from. And I'll never forget how he smiled as I looked back at him, and how he said, "I was hoping this might come up." Then he explained that since it was such a long story, we better wait until we got to the top of the rise that we were heading up so we could both get comfortable. I had no reason to suspect that I was in for anything but a good story and a well-deserved rest. But when we got to the top and we caught our breath, things took a nasty turn. The whole hike, Cliff had been sweet as pie, and every word he'd said had a sort of cheeriness about it. But as he started to tell me all about his family, his tone of voice slowly shifted until he barely even sounded like the same person anymore. He explained that his family had been some of the first colonists to arrive in what later became known as the Georgia colony, and that they'd lived in the area for almost 300 years. He said not all families could say that because not all of them lasted that long. But he and his had faced down the natives, the British, then the Union and the federal government, all one after the other, and they were still there to tell their story. I remember saying something along the lines of, "Wow, that's amazing. I understand why you guys are so proud." And I had no reason to think that he'd react in any other way, but, well, to what was intended was... I'm confused. Black Mountain. Joel Black Mountain. Joel Black Mountain. Like you mounted. Sorry. Alright, we gotta stop this before it gets out of hand. Do I consider myself to be a foodie? I definitely am very critical of the shit that restaurants make for me. And I usually eat all of it and send it back. Water the garden like a vampire. You want to hear a funny story? There was someone around here who they got the cops called on them because they started mowing their lawn at 11:30 at night. And I guess there's discussion that that house involves the production of meth and stuff. And I just thought that was funny as fuck. Just some meth head from Grand Theft Auto or some shit is just It's almost midnight. Time to mow the lawn. You're just out there. You're trying to sleep for like a big day tomorrow. It's your first day at a job and someone's just like... You're like, what the fuck are they doing? And just the fact that like your brain is so like rattled that not only are you mowing the lawn at 11:30, but like at some point you told yourself in your head like, yeah, let's mow it. Let's mow it when the moon is full, you know? We'll get ourselves a nice graveyard tan. Yeah, they didn't have the inner voice. They couldn't conceptually see in their mind's eye that outside was dark. So they'd already started up their mower and they were just kind of embarrassed, like, well, I gotta follow through. It was Beth. Yeah, Beth's out there. Like on a riding mower. Sorry if you guys question a lot, but where is your accent from? I'm from Pennsylvania. But I just think most people, well, not most people, I don't know. I just ended up with a very neutral East Coast accent. But it's just weird because, like, it's not like the East Coast has, like, a neutral accent overall. But there are just, like, fluctuations of individuals in the States who have a very neutral accent, you know? Like, there's some words that I say that sound like Pennsylvania. Has anyone mentioned the unique way you pronounce the word bury? Probably. I say bury and on. Sometimes I say on. He'd be buried. PA as fuck, yeah. I guess, man. I don't know. But it's just funny because then I'll have, like, friends that say weird pronunciations that I have. They'll be from Maryland, which is like quite a distance away, and then they'll pronounce shit the same way that I pronounce it. And it's like, how the fuck do you get that too? Crick or creek? I mean, I definitely say creek. I mean, you're fucking out in the sticks if people are saying crick, for fuck's sake. Burial. How should I say it? Bury? So you're telling me that B-U-R-Y is berry. I need to say berry, like a crunch berry. Burial. Okay. Well, why the fuck do they spell it like with a U? Maybe I say it how royalty would say it, probably. I say it the way someone who has servants in a castle probably would say these words. And he's someone who has servants, but he treats the servants really well. Every Friday, he sees how loyal they are by jumping off the side of the castle. You like the way I said it? Okay, good. We're not changing it. We ain't changing for shit out here, baby. Fancy butler. Burial. He fell into his burial hole. He wasn't a very good servant, now was he? Put them in the goo, or as I like to say, the go. The goo. Put them in the goo. Say words with a W. Widowy. Widowy fucking woos my mind. I remember saying something like, wow, that's amazing. I understand why you guys are so proud. And I had no reason to think that he'd react in any other way, but, well, to what was intended. What the fuck? Pecan pie. Joel does speak very Philly. Hey, yo, let me get that John. Hey, yo. fucking shit. I'm from Philadelphia. And I had too much tranquilizer. My mouth is really dry and I could really use a cup of Diet Coke. Or Pepsi if you have it. You're the king for US listening. You are gold and we love you just as you are. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. You're one of the few regions who either changed the pronunciation to the more phonetic rendition or everyone else moved away from a phonetic rendition. Yeah, everybody moved here. They all want to listen to me talk. You live in South Philly, would never think Joel's from here. You would never know. I'm your next door neighbor. It's me. It's me, the guy that lives here. I save a lot on rent by being homeless. I remember saying, wow, that's amazing. I understand why you guys are so proud. I had no reason to think that he'd react any other way but, well, to what was intended as a compliment. And yet somehow Cliff seemed to take issue with that. He told me, I don't think you do understand, but you will. And then he launched back into a story about what his family had done to survive. He said when the natives tried running them out of their homes, they learned how to fight. Then when the British tried starving them out, they learned to live off the land, just like the natives had done before. When the Union took everything of value, they found other ways to make their money, and since folks were always going to need meat for their pots and furs to keep warm in the wintertime, hunting and trapping became their way of keeping food on the table when times were at their hardest. They later brewed moonshine during Prohibition. Moonshine? Moonshine? What a world. Joins first, heard my name. What's up, Clifford? Yeah, you're in the story, bro. You're the old guy who took over the land. What am I wearing? What am I wearing? I'm barefoot. Barefootington. With some shorts. Ready for b-ball. I'm ready to play some b-ball. Yeah, he's barefoot. He's a pervert. A porvort. A pavort. A skimpy little Joel fit, yeah. Just a tiny little maid's outfit. They later brewed moonshine during Prohibition, but when the price fell after Prohibition... What was it saying? But when the price fell after Prohibition was rescinded... Oh, okay. They later brewed moonshine during Prohibition, but when the price fell after Prohibition was rescinded, they didn't mind, he said, because they still had their oldest and most faithful way of winning their daily bread, by working the land that God Almighty had given them. I might have been very naive back then, but I wasn't stupid. All that mention of living off the land and the hunting, trapping, and skinning his family had done to make money, all that had me thinking of one thing, that he was going to be killing animals on the land. And when I thought about poaching, I thought of that guy. Poaching. Aeon, what's up, dude? Did it just freeze for anyone? Did my stream freeze? I'm sorry. I apologize if everything turned to shit. Does being able to open something your girlfriend has trouble with or reaching something she can't make you feel good? Yeah, makes me feel real useful. Why don't I post that I'm live anymore? Oh, like on my Instagram story? That might help a little bit. I don't know. I feel like at the end of the day, I didn't think it made much of a difference, to be honest with you. Maybe it did. Maybe it did. Maybe I should do that. Just to like help boost numbers a tad or some shit. I don't know. It's hard to remember all the time. It would help a lot? Okay, yeah. I mean, if you guys get more notifications on my Instagram story than on YouTube, then maybe that... It's so stupid. Yeah, I mean, the Instagram's not like really popular or anything. It's just called Let's Read.official, but if you do follow it, I don't really post that much, but if you do want me to post on my story and just... Do you know about YouTube's new rules? You know, I like kind of heard about it, but it still doesn't make a lot of sense to me exactly what they're trying to accomplish. Like something about not monetizing completely AI channels, but not being against AI fully. Like I don't really get it, honestly. Post clips of my voice on Reels and do wonderful. Yeah, I wonder what that would even... I mean, I've done ones where I post like, you know, the scary stories like turned into clips and stuff. It's just, that's tough. Is this my main source of income? Yeah, YouTube and podcasting. It's the deal. It's the squeal. You keep losing signal. Dude, I don't know, man. I really don't know how to like make people's... I wish YouTube's like live streaming was more reliable. What's up, Pete? Do I model for American Apparel? I mean, I could. I have an ice cream truck. Yeah, that's where I make most of my bank. Most of my change. Oh, it's the subway. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe do OnlyFans one day, but I don't really know how you... Do I make over 6 figures? I see a figure in the distance, and I figure he wants some sense. He's a homeless man. And when I thought of illegal hunting, I thought of that guy that I'd found 6 weeks prior, the one we'd reported and had arrested after I caught him hunting on the reserve. All that came to mind, all right, but I guess I was still too young and naive to really piece together what I was hearing until it was far too late to do anything about it. Cliff pointed off into the distance, toward a hill maybe a mile or 2 away, and then asked if I knew the name of it. I turned and looked at it for a moment, but as much as I liked to think that I knew the land, I didn't know the hill's name, so I asked Cliff what it was called. He said it had been called many things over the years, but his family had always called it home. Everything they could see from the top of the hill that counted as home too, and although many had tried, no one had ever been able to stop living the only way that they knew how. Not the British, not the Union, and not some stuck-up Yankee college kid who thought that she ought to tell others how to live. And I turned to defend myself, verbally of course, and that's when I saw that... Oh. We're all homeless. We're all homeless down here. I need a book deal for audiobooks. Yeah, I don't even know. I guess we'll find out. Maybe... Oh shit, what day is it? July 14th, Monday. You guys got any plans this week? Hi, kitty. What are you doing, buddy? You just want to do YouTube, you hate working in an office. Yeah, I mean... It's freaking tough, you know what I mean? But when it comes to YouTube, it might really come down to just like how you title the videos and your thumbnails. Because sometimes it's pretty powerful that if like your videos are decent, the only differentiating factor is just the metadata that pulls people in, you know? A thumbnail and, you know, title that just sort of are like, why you should be sad and how that's a good thing. Why Larry is evil and how Pradeep must destroy him. I don't know. Thumbnails with dogs. There you go. Lolcats. Lolcats is going to blow up any day now. I turned to defend myself, verbally of course, and that's when I saw the handgun Cliff was holding. And panic hit me, and my first instinct was to run, but when Cliff raised the gun at me and told me to stop, it was like he'd cast some spell on me or something. My legs just stopped, even though I wanted to keep running like hell, and when Cliff told me to kneel, it was like my knees buckled upon command. I remember sobbing, like really sobbing and saying, I'm sorry, please don't kill me, I didn't know, over and over, because I'd realized who Cliff, definitely not his real name, really was. The poacher I'd reported hadn't been some lone hunter, straying out of bounds to cheat the system a little. He was part of some organized poaching racket, and Cliff was one of his partners. I remember how, in the middle of all that begging and sobbing and listening to metal sounds of the gun being loaded, I remembered my coworker's muted reaction to the poacher being arrested during the previous month. She knew what was going to happen, and that's why she couldn't be happy for me, but she was still too scared to warn me. Had she gotten a similar warning before, one that she'd kept quiet about, or had she just heard stories? I'd never find out. I quit the company the day after the whole thing happened, but up on that hill, I didn't think that I'd live to see the next day come. Okay. What's my comeback when someone calls me a Yankee? I usually just tell them to brush their teeth. I was so terrified the moment I peed my pants. Oh, okay, wait. When did this happen? Oh, right here it is. Go eat beans and toast. Well, it's funny because, Yankees. That's like a southern thing, though. Like, for some reason, the British call people Yankees, which can be what? Anything? Any aspect of, like, someone from the United States? I don't even know if they say that. But then it's like sort of abstractly or comedically somebody from the South might call a northern person a Yankee. Which is a slur. Can someone tell me how far into the stream we are? Because I can't see it anywhere and I want to rewatch it later. We are 1 hour and 48 minutes in. Oregon hit 97 degrees. Nice, dude. Welcome to summer. I don't want no scrub. Scrub is a boy that can't get no love from me, hanging on the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Being from the South, I hear the word Yankee all the time. It's so silly to still call people that. It is strange because I don't think a single Northerner or a person from the North would ever even for like a remote second contemplate like a term for someone from the South, or even think about people from the South, you know what I mean? Or even think about the term Yankee. Like, being called Yankee would be like being insulted by someone who like just jumped into a time machine or something. I'd never find out. I quit the company that... Oh, man. You want autumn? You gotta appreciate summer while it's here, you know? It only comes around once a year. Should we start calling Southerners Confederates? I don't even know. I don't think they would. I wouldn't even have the energy to give a shit about the South at all. You know what I mean? I like the South. I go down there. It's like the food's good. right? The people are nice. It's hot as shit. I like it hot. You know what I mean? There's not a single part of my body that's ever even thinking about the past, you know? Only focused on the future. I'd never find out. I quit the company the day after this whole thing happened, but up on that hill, I didn't think that I'd live to see that next day come at all. Cliff walked up behind me as I kept on begging and pleading, and then I felt him push the gun onto the back of my head before I heard a loud click. I stopped sobbing, held my breath, and I felt my whole body seize up as each one of my final thoughts seemed to be of my mom. I heard Cliff behind me say, "This is what we do to folks like you around here." But then instead of a bang when he pulled the trigger, instead of everything going black, I heard another metal click at the back of my head before Cliff took the tip of the gun off the back of my scalp. I peed myself. I'm still kind of embarrassed to say it, but it's the truth. I heard that click, and it was like a full body release. I didn't give him both barrels, as you might say. What the fuck? Oh my God. And it was like a full body release. But it was only yellow, no brown. But I was so terrified of death in that moment that even when it didn't come, I still peed my pants. I think there's probably an exact medical term for what happened to me in the moments after, as I heard Cliff laughing out how scared I... It didn't come, I peed my pants. What the fuck is going on? No brown. This is so stupid. Your wee shouldn't be yellow, how come? It isn't my world. It isn't my goddamn world. It's always yellow. I'm always hydrated, boy. I think there's probably an exact medical term for what happened to me in the moments after, as I heard Cliff laughing at how scared I was. I don't want to say it was catatonia because I could still see and hear everything okay. I just couldn't move. I could breathe all right, but after curling up into a ball, I just laid there, taking shallow breaths and waiting for the end to come. I didn't quite realize what he'd done yet, as in, like, performing a mock execution on me. I thought maybe his gun had jammed or something and the shot was coming any second. But then, Cliff spoke. He told me his paw had said he wasn't to kill. He told me his paw had said he wasn't gonna kill me, as they'd bring you... no. He told me his paw had said not to kill me, as that'd bring even more trouble down on them, whoever them was. But he was to make it very clear that if I reported any more poaching or trapping in the areas they called home, they wouldn't be playing pretend anymore. They'd be playing for real. And after that final warning, the man who said his name was Cliff left me lying there in the dirt, and I didn't get back to the office for hours and hours because I was way too shaken to drive at first. We called the cops. They searched the area and put out an ABP on whatever... We called the cops. They searched the area and put out an ABP, but no one ever found the guy. Is an ABP... Is that what it's called? All points bulletin. Okay. APB. Oh, they fucked that up. Whatever. Whatever. Just change it. You don't understand the thrill of golden showers. You fool. You absolute fool. Don't you understand the power? Have thee never been stung by a jellyfish? We called the cops. They searched the area and put out an APB, but no one was ever found. The cops told us they offered a reduced sentence to the guy who was caught poaching, saying they'd chop his jail time in half if he just gave them a name. But he was just stonewalling them and said that he didn't know what they were talking about. I'd like to be able to say that I went back to the trails, but unfortunately, that incident marked the end of my guiding days for good, and I moved back to Michigan once I graduated. Expired hand sanitizer. Interesting. I didn't even know it could go bad. Do 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 do. Man, Kevin Rangers go 6 weeks of poach. Oh, I see. Okay. What offends me? I guess the only thing that really offends me is just people who get offended, I guess. You know what I mean? Like this sort of... I don't know. This sort of presumption that, like, everything in the world should stop for them kind of mentality. And then they don't have a good sense of humor, or that they are just too childish to have a conversation or something, you know what I mean? Like, just incapable of, like, basic debates. Just, like, incapable of, like, receiving any sort of, like, external criticism or discussion. Yeah. Synonymy is very offensive to me. It's my world. It's my world. You're tired of all the woke accusations, personally? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Does everyone call you woke every day? Every time you wake up, you're woke as fuck. Did I hear the Hassan news? No, I have not heard the Hassan news. It's exhausting, man. Like, if you really sit there and, like, think about it, why are these people even, like, important? Like, when's the last time Hassan has ever, like, had, like, a genuine, like, independent thought at all? It's like all of his relevance, which I understand, like, all of it just sort of, like, revolves around the fact that he has, like, beef with so many people, and he never has debates with them. He never, like, talks to them. He never, like, squashes things and moves on. It's just like he's the God King, and you have to, like, believe what he says, or, like, you're bad. And it's just like, how are you even popular, bro? This is so weird. But no, I did not hear the news. He got a new ring. He got a new cock ring. He got a Prince Charles, starting from the tip of his belly button. That's on his uncle is chunk yogurt. I no longer listen to political commentators much happy for it. I mean, yeah, what do you even gain from it? Like, do you ever sit there and think for a second that maybe, like, they don't even have all the information, and that this, like, concept of left versus right is just being spoon-fed to you by the same apparatus, the same side, you know, two sides of the same coin? It doesn't even matter. None of this is just, like, stupid internet. And the fact that it's, like, somehow he's even considered a political commentator, while primarily he exists more in, like, the realm of, like, drama than he does, like, actual, you know what I mean? Because you actually have, like, individuals who write books and dig into, like, topics and have, like, lengthy intellectual discussions. But, like, he just kind of, like, yells at people and gets mad, and there's, you know, there's never, like, an articulate thought that, like, comes out of his mind, you know. I'm not trying to be mean to him. I just think that, like, he just doesn't, like, he's not trying hard enough. I can't tell if he's lazy. I can't tell what he is, honestly. I can't tell if he's lazy or dumb or just, like, I don't know. But a lot of people like him, I guess, which is fine. I don't care. It's just, it gets boring, you know, eventually. I mean, he's a good-looking guy, for sure. For sure. But that doesn't mean much in the sense of, like, words. And it's weird too because, like, he's like a big left leaning guy, right? Okay, whatever. But, like, back when he was like 22, he had a whole fucking, like, thing where it was like bro code. Remember, it was like bro code. He literally had like a he literally had like an Andrew Tate style show. I don't know what it was on, like a website, College Humor. I don't even know what the fuck it was on. But you see the clips and he's like, we got our bro of the week. And then it's like him with, he's like, our bro of the week is Elon Musk. Elon Musk making fucking rockets and slaying pussy, man. And it's just like, okay, bro. The jig is up, boy. You know, like we see, you know, because your brain, like objectively speaking, like does your brain really change that much from the time that you're fucking 22 to, you know, what is he now, 30-ish? Like, I mean, come on. Like, he's probably, maybe he doesn't know anything. Maybe he just sits there and sees like a shit ton of money dangled in front of him through the process of Twitch and is just like, fuck it, I'm going to ride this train till the wheels fall off, which I don't blame him for that, you know, it's smart. No one's ever been to space. I haven't, so no one has ever. Your lobe stops developing at 25. Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. Letting men have microphones was mistake number 1. And we just took it from there. Not me, though. Not me. I can have all the microphones. I need 4 to 5 more microphones in my face. I need to be doing a press conference right now. Hello, everyone. Pretty much, yeah, there's no Epstein list. It's not even like, what the fuck are you even, like, shut up. Like, shut up, we're gonna go play. We're, like, all going to play mini golf. We're all going to play mini golf, and you're not invited. Na boo boo, poopy pee pee. That's, like, the state of our politics. It's so embarrassing, man. There's not, like, a single, I don't even know if there are logical voices left. Or at least, like, you would think that there would be more, you know, kind of like seeing both sides as some kind of, like, abstract divisionary tactic. I mean, because how many times have you watched politics, and it certainly doesn't encourage you to be a better person. Like, it never encourages you to, like, dig deeper into something, per se. Maybe it does. I hope it does. But all it really ever seems, the only ones that ever rise to the top are ones who kind of, like, do the ad hominem thing, where all they do is just put people down if they disagree with an idea. And then it teaches you, as, like, a pretty impressionable mind, to put other people down to accomplish your task of, like, proving your point. But you don't, like, if your mother said, like, sweetheart, your grades fucking suck. You need to do better in school. And you say, Mom, you fucking cheated on Dad 5 years ago. And that means I don't have to do my homework or something. You know, it doesn't really make much sense. It's like you're going right for, like, something completely unrelated. Justin with the 5 says, I have a firkin hearth condition. Okay, I can't listen to Hassan Picky. Okay, yeah, it's fine. I don't know what, yeah, I don't know. I'm sick and tired of seeing his face all over the goddamn place. And all it is just like, guys, he's made more enemies. He's made more enemies. Like, who cares, man? Who gives a flying fuck anymore? It's all so boring. All these people on YouTube are so boring. Like, even the, like, H3H, like, suing people or whatever. Like, granted, they were massive dicks to him, like, doing the whole, like, CPS shit, sending people to, like, take his kids and lie about that, harassing him in public, nonstop fucking haranguing him on every little detail. It's embarrassing, really. So I don't blame him, like, suing people or whatever, but it's also strange to think that, didn't this start because of, like, differences in political ideology, like, loosely based on, like, Palestine? And then now it's turned into this, and I'm like, oh my god, this, like, literally reflects wars in the Middle East, where no one even fucking knows where it fucking started. All they know is that like neither side is literally ever going to give up. That no one knows the origins. They just know that they like through bloodlines hate each other. Like Ethan and Hila's kids are gonna have beef with like fucking random people on YouTube 20 years from now. It's gonna be so stupid. The main problem is what a certain platform is allowing on their platform. I mean, I agree. I don't really understand. It's definitely like, especially on Twitch, there's not an equal allotment of their terms of services. There's genuinely something wrong with the management over at Twitch. I mean, like, because YouTube obviously has their own biases as well, but at least they try to act professional or pretend to be professional, which I respect. You know what I mean? There's certainly a line that they don't allow to be crossed, and there's a degree of healthy conversation, I would say, to an extent. But I don't know. Twitch is just one of those. To me, it feels like an archaic platform with their TOS thing. Like, people have moved past that degree of TOS, and we need a new one. We need a new team over at Twitch. You regret your question? It's okay. I'm sorry. It's just stupid. Anissa is turning on Ian. Well, that's the one sad thing about like Anissa that I've like theorized in my head for a while, and I know this is such like internet brain rot drama, but you just see it everywhere and you're like, well, I gotta click on that video now. But yeah, there is a strong part of me that like, you know, you can see the body language or how people, well, I mean, she's so mean to Ian all the time, saying his breath smells like poop and shit like that. Like, the guy's a talented dude. The guy's an intelligent, talented dude who's made some amazing documentaries. Have you seen his documentaries? They're amazing. They're some of the best documentaries out there. And like, that's where his talents clearly lie. And he's a technical individual. You know, he's got a little bit of autism, and that's fine. He weaponizes it in an appropriate way that, like, you know, has attention to detail. He makes good things, and that's what he should focus on. But right now, it's very clear that like his potential wife, in my opinion, probably will at some point either cheat on him or turn on him and tell him to go fuck himself. Maybe take all of his money too and just say he was a little pussy poo-poo head, which then will, you know, be this like, you know, return of the old Ian or something like that, or perhaps a very depressed one. I don't know what we're going to get at the end of it, but it's all very sad to watch. You know, if you ever get into a relationship, guys, don't let people walk all over you. That shit's fucking cringe. That shit is genuinely fucking lame and not mutually pleasant. Like, I don't understand. They talk about like equality in relationships or something, but she's so mean to him. She's so rude. She's blaming me all for what happened with Creator Clash. Whatever, fuck her. She's not even involved, bro. She's not even invited to the birthday party, man. Like, why is she even in our faces? There never was a day in my observations of iDubbbz and his, you know, progression as a human being that ever wanted to hear a single thing fucking Anissa thought. You know what I mean? Like, why is she even involved? You know, like, just let's get past that. Let's move on. Let's start making good content again. Get back to like, honestly, he needs to call up Joji. He needs to call up that Max guy or whatever his name is. And they need to open up Pokemon cards together as bros, like the good old days, and then go on a road trip and make a fucking documentary about how we're getting the band back together. That's what they need to do. They need to just have a bro out. They just need to fucking chill. That sounds like really rejuvenating for the spirit that is iDubbbz. I believe that's going to happen. I manifest it. With all of my liberal energy, I manifest that through the power of space magic. It's going to happen. Max Mofo, yeah, bro. You watched the first Pokemon movie last night? That's awesome. I've got a pretty traumatic story to share from a couple of years back when I was 21 and still in college. Since we're both outdoorsy, my friend Jada and I decided to go hiking in the Cascades one weekend, and we thought it'd be fun to hit the trails and just take in the views. So we... Shit. You have osteoporosis? I'm sorry to hear that. I successfully stayed underneath my rock because I'm so confused right now. It's alright, dude. Let me tell you something. There is not a single fucking reason in my entire existence that I should ever know anything about these people's lives. But every day, for some abstract phenomenal reason, I have to hear and see this strange menage a trois pop up in my feed all the time. And I guess the reason being is because like YouTube sort of abstract drama in that sense is just appealing to people. People like conflict. Hence why people like listening to my stories, I guess. There's just like always a little bit of random drama going on. You know, that's why we like true crime. That's why we like, you know. But yeah, I mean, you would honestly at this point you would think that I'm unemployed, which is pretty much what I am. You have a question? Yeah, ask your question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go on that fucking stupid ass discussion. I've got a pretty traumatic story to share from a couple of years back when I was 21 and still in college. Since we're both outdoorsy, my friend Jada and I decided to go hiking in the Cascades one weekend, and we thought it'd be fun to hit the trails and take in the views. So we meet Warren on the trail, and he's this good-looking dude probably in his early 30s and has super friendly vibes. He also said that he was a professor at Evergreen State University and knew the Cascades like the back of his hand. We chatted for a few minutes, and he offered to show us around this cool spot that he knew of. He seemed legit, clean-cut, confident, the kind of guy you'd trust, and so we both think, sure, why not? We follow him to this nearby beauty spot, and it's honestly gorgeous. Literally this perfect. I feel like I watch more of The Validation of the Unknown, and it's fascinating. What's that? You know what'd be so fucking funny? You know how like kids watch like slime videos and like brain rot? What if like 100 years in the future, kids just sit there and like stare at a screen that's like just blinking really fast? Just like blinking really fast, like seizure-inducing like flashing lights with like shapes moving around the screen like in like a spiral, like mesmerizing circle or something like that. And like finally it's gotten to the point where, you know, like some parents are like, bro, I don't know what they're watching. I can't fucking watch that shit. But now it's quite literally like, I can't watch that shit. I'm gonna have a fucking seizure if I stare at that shit too much. You watch cop cams. I mean, cop cams is probably more entertaining than epileptic seizure entertainment. But they call it epi entertainment. And what it'd be even more insane if for some odd reason the fact that they stare at it causes something in their brain to like expand their gray matter. Pray for Sam, she might have ligma. Oh no, Sam, no. Welcome back to Epileptic Seizure Entertainment. Like the validation of others knowing there is more out there, the unexplained or unexplainable. Validation of others knowing. I don't quite know what you're talking. Do you have an example of like a thing that you're talking about? We follow him to this nearby beauty spot, and it's honestly gorgeous. Like literally perfect to take some pictures. Warren's easy to talk to. He's cracking little jokes and pointing out random plants to give us facts about. And it was like he was giving us a private tour, and at first, it felt like we lucked out meeting him. After maybe an hour or two, Warren offers to walk us back to our car at the trailhead. Me and Jada figured it was about time to call it quits, so we took him up on his offer. The weather was still great, and we're still talking back and forth with Warren, so we're moving at a leisurely pace while enjoying the last trail of the day when Warren suddenly makes a suggestion. He says, "Wait a second. By my calculation, if we just hike through this section of trees here, it'll take us to the trailhead without having to loop around." Or he said something along those lines, and we trusted him, so we figured, cool, shorter walk sounds good. We started heading off the main trail in the trees, and I figured it'd only be a few minutes of walking or whatever before we started to see signs of life. But to me and Jada, it kind of looked like he was leading us deeper into the woods. It got real quiet, and Warren kept trying to keep the conversation going, but Jada in particular got very quiet too, and she's only that quiet when she's nervous. When she started lagging behind, I glanced back and saw her shake her head at me, signaling that she didn't want to continue. I knew exactly what she was talking about, so I told Warren that me and Jada weren't so sure about this shortcut and wanted to head back toward the trail. Warren turned around and at first he just smiled, and he says, "Oh, come on, it's just a shortcut. I've been here dozens of times." His voice was still friendly, and it had this sort of weird edge to it though, like he was forcing this friendliness now. Jada shook her head, and then backed up by saying that she wanted to get back too, not... Oh. First time joining live, it's way different than what I thought. Yeah, it's just me saying stupid shit until we eventually record these stories. How long have I been single? 10 million years. Like the narration of spooky stories on the Ethernet, it makes it easier to comprehend previous spooky experiences. The Ethernet. I absolutely love your videos and watch them fall asleep. Best stress I've ever had. I mean, for those who have experienced weird or bizarre things that literally have no explanations. Oh, okay, nice, yeah. It is interesting. I mean, I don't know if you saw, like, Mr. Ballin posted something, like a paranormal experience he had on his channel just recently. And, you know, I can only imagine how that felt because it seemed like he had seen, you know, a shadow person, and then he had seen something in his bed that had, like, glowing eyes and it disappeared. And I don't know, I feel like an experience like that would be, like, almost, like, too stressful for my mind to handle, you know. Joel, how likely do you think AI will be attacked by, like, eco-terrorists, art terrorists in the next couple of decades? Oh, you should write a story about that, like an anime or some shit. Because that probably would occur at some point. I mean, there's going to be a lot of, like, interesting aspects. I think one of the biggest things related to AI is just, like, how its usage for, like, surveillance and all that kind of stuff. I mean, sure, there's going to be the whole climate change folks who are, like, looking at AI and its usage of power and its effects on, like, CO2 or whatever. But at the same time, I mean, I guess, like, the biggest threat with AI is just, yeah, the surveillance and tracking and the collation of data. And then eventually here we're going to soon be, like, integrating our, you know, we're all going to have, like, a Bitcoin wallet and whatnot, which is going to, like, track our movements, track our purchasing, you know, patterns. It's also going to, like, have a direct connection to our, like, biometric data in some fashions, whether it's, like, our heart rate or blood pressure, various other, like, I guess, pieces of data points. And I think that's going to be the scarier thing, because right now, a lot of the people that do, like, sort of activism, I feel like they're almost, like, misguided in the things that they should be afraid of, right? I mean, obviously there's a lot of things that they have a right to be frustrated with or concerned about, but it seems like a lot of the things, such as, like, the activation of, like, Palantir within the United States, nobody really talks about that, you know? Like, isn't that something that these individuals who make a big stir about things should maybe be looking at? I don't know. It genuinely seems like a lot of the times people don't get angry about stuff unless they're told to get angry about it on Twitter, if that makes sense. Maybe that's ignorant of me to say, but it just really does seem like it's a process of, like, repetition. You know what I mean? Like, TikTok told me to think this thing. TikTok told me to think this thing. And then you fall into, like, line because you want to fit in, but then you realize, like, you know, it's like, to what degree of your anger is even, like, organic, you know? And how easy would it be to mislead your mind or misdirect your mind in your anger so that, like, some other, you know, processes can continue onward? What should you direct your ire at? Probably just those couple of extra pounds of body fat. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Honestly, you know, nowhere, honestly. Just jerk off and go to bed like every normal person. I heard about people conspiring to use AI to make a ton of calls to the police to overwhelm and desensitize them and then use the time to commit crimes. Yikes. That'd be crazy. I did get some notifications about like the Pennsylvania 911 system was like down. I don't know if it's still down, but that to me, I was like, as soon as that popped up, I'm like, oh fuck, here it comes. Here comes the big stupid fucking thing we're all waiting for. Is 911 still down in PA? Crank that mischievous hog, soldier boy. It was true the Pennsylvania experienced statewide 911 outage on Friday beginning around 2 p.m., including 911. Some failed to connect or came through the caller into PEMA, Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency. By late night Friday, around midnight of Saturday, PEMA announced that the issue was resolved statewide with the full 911 service restored and family and systems fully tested alongside counties. Cool. Do you finger paint? I wouldn't mind it. It seems fun. Talk to you in Irish. Oh, the 911 systems are down. We're feeling a bit fucked. How are we going to tell people about the things we're scared of? Skrilla Davila with the 5. What is Yapping, Joel? Yapping is a language. It's you have so many running thoughts going through your head that you just have to like express them to 400 plus people and make yourself feel like you're important. And that's what I do. Obey, obey, obey. I routed all 911 calls in PA to the Let's Read hotline. Hello, hello. What can I do for you? Oh, what's on your ass? Okay, come. Hold on. Get the lube. Thank you for the 5, Skrilla. Did you really have a 911 outage? I saw that my jaw was on the flow. I guess it's, it said it was from like Friday night until Saturday morning, so I'm glad they figured it out. I remember whenever like there was power outages in Pennsylvania, I didn't realize that there's like a grid system in Pennsylvania that supplies a large amount of power for a large portion of the East Coast. And I don't know. I just like I thought that was, I don't know. I didn't realize that it was like all kind of centralized in PA. Thanks, Toki. All states have grids. Oh, okay. I just, for some reason, I don't know. I forget what I read, but I thought it was like we provided like power for a larger area beyond just our state. Keep with the modern events for weeks and I feel so much better. You know, it's smart, Pete. I mean, I don't know. It's just an addiction. I mean, really just like listening to the news, getting angry, getting angry about like internet drama, getting angry about just anything. It's goon. What is it? They call it, you hate and then you goon. So it's like you hate on shit on the internet or like in your life or whatever. So you're hate, and then you goon. So you jerk off. And you goon and you hate and you goon and you hate, and you go back and forth between essentially chasing this like abstract, process of dopamine, right? So I mean, it really is no different than like, I mean, it's not you're not going to burn it out as much if you just smoke crack, but you might as well just fucking smoke crack because there's no difference between like gooning and hating, gooning and hating, gooning and hating. You're just chasing that next high. Skrill is like happening. But yappening. Yo, what's yappening? Oh, that'd be good. That'd be a good, like, slam poetry thing called, like, yappening. It's yappening. What's the yaps? Strictly goon. It's a strictly goon night. Tomorrow's hate. Tomorrow's, our 2 minutes of hate. Tomorrow's my 2 minutes of goon. That'd be really funny. And, like, make, like, a 1984 parody and call it 2 Minutes Goon. Don't forget your 2 minutes goon. And then everybody's just like in a theater jerking off to a picture of Pee Wee Herman or something. I don't even know who they would goon to. Who do you guys goon to lately? You thought goon was a dumb person? I miss it. I miss when a goon was just like a henchman for like a evil villain. Unfortunately, things have changed. Language has changed. The gooning of 1907, yeah. Warren turned around and at first he just smiled. And he says, "Oh, come on. It's just a shortcut. I've been here dozens of times." His voice was still friendly, but it had this weird edge to it, like he was forcing the friendliness now. Jada shook her head and then backed up by saying she wanted to go back too, not just me. Warren kept on smiling, but his eyes narrowed over a little as he looked at us. He told us we were being silly, that there was nothing to worry about, but Jada wasn't backing down. She said that she wasn't taking another step into those woods, and not a thing he could say could convince her otherwise. And that's when he started to goon. My libido is far too low to goon. I don't know why that's really funny. A gooner. You're just a low-level gooner. PJM Interconnection is a regional transmission organization, RTO, headquartered in Valley Forge, PA. There you go, yeah. I forget to, what it coordinates the flow of electricity and runs the wholesale electricity market for 13 states plus DC, covering from Illinois to New Jersey and down to Virginia. Right. So, China has these weather machines, right, that they can send, big storms in really quick. So be ready, because they're probably going to send one off the East Coast to take out the PJM. Just be prepared. We need counter weather machines, guys. We need to start investing in really big fans that go the other way. How long have I been single? You need the support? As long as you want me to be. Whatever makes you feel good. Being single, being not single, it doesn't matter, man. You're still just you, And as long as you just, continue to better yourself by doing exercise so you feel good and feel stronger and live longer, you know what I mean, and live healthier and go pursue growth in some fashion, whether it's your art or your business or just your spiritual health, just, go grow, go out there and grow. Someone will want to fuck you eventually, you know what I mean? Be single and goon. You look up to me and just want to relate. Yeah, no worries. But that's my thought. I mean, when I look back on that desire, that hormonal desire to always need somebody, someone to make you feel like you're have validation in this existence. A lot of it's just kind of an abstract sort of psychosexual thing, you know what I mean? As a person. And it doesn't mean that, mitigating loneliness on Earth is strange or that it shouldn't be sought after, but you also should try to at least figure out to some extent how to be comfortable just sitting under a tree reading a book by yourself, because that might have been probably the greatest moment you could ever have hoped for, Sir Gills, no worries, dude. Talking about Epstein news, interesting. Honestly, yeah, the Epstein drama is something you can definitely milk for many weeks. Boop with the 636. I just want to yell, "I'm so retarded," without getting looks. Bring retarded back. You can, man. It's fine. No one cares anymore. And even if they do, they give you a dirty look and then you just move on with your life. Who knows? Someone might laugh. They might laugh really hard and now you have a new best friend. Single is amazing. Date yourself until the right person comes along. Your beautiful moonbeam and everything will work out. There you go. Been single for 5 years with an affair with a 28-year-old last summer. Huh, interesting. She said she wasn't taking another step into those woods, and not a thing he could say could convince her otherwise. And that's when he started to get mean. He responds by saying, "Oh my God, what's wrong with you? I said it's fine." He tried to smile at us after, but we heard the aggression in his voice when he asked Jada what was wrong with her. And that was the mask-off moment for us. I grabbed Jada's arm, and then we turned and started quickly walking back toward the trail we'd just been on. But then seconds later, I heard it. Fast and heavy footsteps crunching up behind us. Warren yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" And we sped up, almost jogging then, but he was faster. Suddenly I heard Jada let out this yelp of panic, and I felt this horrible chill go through me. I spun around just in time to see Warren's hand clamped around Jada's arm before he yanked her back so hard she stumbled. She screamed at him to let go as she tried to wrestle herself free, but Warren was too strong. The look on his face was totally different too, nothing like the charming guy we'd been laughing with just an hour before. He screamed at us. Oh, okay. I couldn't say that unless I changed the letters around with the... Oh, okay, yeah, it's all good. I mean, you know, you want to be nice to people, but who cares about words? Being single is great, especially for women. I refused to be anything serious until I was 38. I found someone who can add to my life 7 years. That's good. Yeah, I mean, you got to be complimentary to each other. Otherwise, it's just pain in the ass, you know? I've never once lost sleep about being single. I never will for as long as I live. Yeah, and I think a lot of the times it's like that anxiety that people have. It's because they might not necessarily understand the difficulties of what it really means to be in certain aspects of a relationship. Like ideally you do want one that just like complements you and flows nicely, like being with a friend, a best friend. But oftentimes, you know, statistically we can see from all of the divorces that, you know, it's difficult to be around another person, especially with those, you know, heightened hormonal expectations or whatever they are, wherever that strange sort of line we walk, that tightrope that we stand on, that somehow like balancing on it is love, but falling off of it is a deep crevasse of hate. And I'll never really understand it, honestly, why it has to be one or the other sometimes. I don't necessarily feel that way, but I see it in others, you know. Should I send my Appalachian story? It's not the craziest, so I was just wondering after one of your channel's more recent videos. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's sorry. Yeah, sometimes it gets a little backed up with a lot of stuff they send. But what can you give a summary of what your story is about? Everyone deserves love, everyone but the right love. Just know that you cannot change anyone. Yeah, I don't know. Go find a friend and then maybe you'll find love. Would I forgive infidelity? You know, I probably would not, you know, and it would definitely be very hard, I suppose. My penis would be really hard. No, sorry. It would be really hard because like it's, you know, I don't know. I think the second that someone would cheat on me, I would just almost instantaneously fall out of affection for them, if that makes sense. I think that would just be just an instantaneous sort of like, oh, okay, well, you suck. Damn, that sucks. You don't love me, you know? Oh, well, we tried. GG's. GG, y'all. Dab me up, homie. Peace. Like, we have friends, we have family, we have ourselves. That's love all around. You don't find it, you forge it. You don't have to have some arbitrary idea to be in love. Yeah, I think, and I think a lot of that is just, yeah, it's sort of like you're abstractly trying to pull like a diamond out of like an ocean of poop. No, it's like you're trying to play with an imaginary unicorn or something like that. Like it's like these relationships, they are what they are because that's just what they are. Like you probably have a nice family, you probably have some siblings that are cool, You probably have some friends that have been fun, and that's fucking fine, you know? All the other confusing shit, like, whatever the fuck ever. Like, if you go, it goes. If it doesn't, it don't. Yeah. Going to a restaurant by yourself is an important thing to do. You know, granted, if I see you there by yourself, I will call you a fucking loser, but it's still a good thing to do. Just kidding. I'll sit with you because I'll be by myself too. I told a woman I love her and she told me to stop talking about myself. Like, was it like you were a lesbian or something? I don't really understand. He screamed at us, "You're not leaving!" Then the next thing, he shoves Jada to the ground so hard it sounded like it knocked the wind out of her. She sprawled in the dirt for a second and then started scrabbling for a grip as she tried to push herself to get away from Warren. I froze for a split second, my mind going 200 miles an hour thinking, what the hell's going on? Is this really happening? But it was, and I needed to do something to stop it. I remember seeing Warren just looming over Jada with his fist clenched and his chest heaving, looking like he was about to jump again. And then a thought hit me right between the eyes. I unzipped my fanny pack, fumbled past my keys and sunscreen, and then grabbed hold. I unzipped my pants. Oh boy. How about that? I unzipped my fanny pack, fumbled past my keys and sunscreen, then grabbed hold. I unzipped my fanny pack, fumbled past my keys and sunscreen, and then grabbed hold of a cold metal canister of pepper spray. I then yanked it out, pointed it at Warren, and then yelled at him to back off. And my voice shook so badly I barely recognized it. And at first, when he turned around, he just laughed his almost mocking. Do I have a fanny pack? Yeah, I got a fanny pack on right now. It's full of Fig Newton bars. Quick carb load midstream. Tater toots. Mon Bleu, you're back. Welcome back. My voice shook so badly I barely recognized it, and at first when he turned around, he just laughed his almost mocking-sounding cackle at me. He took a step towards me, staring me right in the eye and dared me to use it. But he didn't have to ask me twice. Okay. He took a step towards me, staring me right in the eye, and dared me to use it. He didn't have to ask me twice. I pressed the button, unleashing a stream of pepper spray that hit him square in the face. He screeched so loud and crazily from the pain that it sounded like an animal, and then he backed off, rubbing his eyes and face. The pepper spray worked, but the breeze betrayed us. Oh my God. I'm a workaholics. Like you're in the show Workaholics? Or what? The pepper spray worked, but the breeze hit us too. Some of the spray blew back in a stinging mist that hit my eyes and nose like fire. I choked, tears were forming in my eyes, and Jada got some too as she got up and ran towards me and was pressing her hand to her eyes as she yelled at me to run. We knew that was our chance, and so we bolted through the woods even though we were both half blind. I remember branches whipping at my face and snagging at my hair, but neither of us were about to stop for anything, because behind us, we could still hear Warren screaming stuff like, "Run, bitches, I'll catch you anyway." I'm not joking. And we ran till our lungs burned and our legs were screaming, and we kept going until we finally burst out on that main trail. I was so relieved that I almost collapsed against a tree, gasping for air as my eyes still streamed from the stray pepper spray. It was a very remote, just southwest of the White Mountains, a one-road town with all state condemned buildings, and the ones not condemned had people sitting outside clearly drinking and staring me down. Interesting. Ooh-wee. Fortnite Battle Pass. I just shit out my ass. Na-na-na-na. But I was so relieved I almost collapsed against a tree, gasping for air as my eyes still streamed from the stray pepper spray. But even then, we didn't stop to catch our breath for long. We kept on going back to the car where my hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key into the ignition. Jada was frantically looking out for Warren and later told me that she was terrified of seeing him crashing through the bushes before he attacked the car. I managed to start the car. Let's Read musical channel. Dude, I want to learn how to sing. I keep telling myself I'm going to take singing lessons. Like 1,000,000% want to do it. Just so I learn how to do it. Because I'm like, is it illogical for me to say that if you have a nice talking voice or a nice reading voice, you probably should have some degree of singing ability, or is that completely unrelated? Download an app for singing? Oh, okay. You can't write off singing. That's true. I can't write them off. Are you capable of one-night stands? Or do you stay celibate when not in a relationship? Oh, I don't know, dude. The one-night stand stuff just like is always going to leave somebody it's always going to leave someone hurting, I think, deep down, you know what I mean? So it's one of those sort of concepts where it's like, is it even worth your time? Where someone along there is just going to get, depressed and hurt and feel bad. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Different for everyone, I suppose, but not really my thing. It got me on piano. We'll do a little duet. That'd be sick. Piano lessons and singing lessons at the same time. I could join my local church. Do 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 do. That's why I'm all but the two night stands. There you go. It's not 7-minute abs. It's 6-minute abs. Yeah. I'm in. I'm out, bro. Throw her a towel. I managed to start the car. Then we got the hell out of there. My eyes were still burning from the pepper spray, but I didn't care. Getting out of there was the only thing that mattered. As soon as we hit a spot with cell service, I pulled over and Jada called 911. She spilled everything while I sat there in silence, staring out the window with eyes that were still sore from that pepper spray. I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but she sounded calm and kept Jada on... I couldn't hear exactly what the dispatcher said, but she sounded calm and kept Jada on the line until the cops showed up. We gave our statements. We're pretty much still in shock. And then the cops said that they'd paying for it is better than one night stand. I don't see anything wrong with that for a single person. Yeah, I mean, like, that'd be a weird thing. I guess it's illegal, right? But I guess if you're sitting there objectively thinking to yourself, it's like if people can pay for OnlyFans, right? Or pay for porn, I guess objectively speaking, like, it wouldn't be abstract to, like, legalize the process of paying for sex. I mean, I guess isn't that the oldest profession, as they say? But, you know, that's a dangerous lifestyle as well, you know? It's not like, I don't know, maybe you could cover your entire body in latex or something. Farming? Nah, dude. What were they doing up in the trees as monkeys, bro? Selling bananas. Just started a slot machine gaming casino review YouTube channel. Do you have any advice on when is the best time and day to upload my videos? Thank you. Maybe like twice a week or something. I don't really know what your like niche expects of people. Perhaps you could be one of those ones that upload daily, because sometimes whenever I play Hearthstone Battlegrounds, it's kind of like a slot machine video game if you really think about it, because it's all like chance. And the number one creators for that post like every day. And they get like, you know, solid views. Like the one dude gets like 40 to 50K views a video, and he posts every day. He probably gets more views than me. My brother has a Russian lady he sees regularly. She's in her 40s. He buys her Christmas gifts and they're good friends. That's funny. Yeah. Saturn Sun. Saturn Soul. We gave our statements, still in shock, and then the cops said that they'd do everything they could to bring Warren in. We told them about his job at Evergreen State too, but they later called back saying that there was no such professor who was employed at that college, and that there were 2 students named Warren, but neither matched our description. And looking back, it's insane how fast our fun little hike turned into a complete and utter nightmare. I still think about it sometimes, and the thought of how we went. I still think about sometimes, and the thought of how we went from charming to terrifying in a heartbeat, and how close we came to something worse. It sent chills through me. I'm so glad we got out and that we're both okay, but it also taught me to trust my gut, and that if something feels off, even just a little, it probably is. Be careful out there, especially hiking or in places where it's just you and some rando, and carry pepper spray if you can. You never know when it will save your life. Oops. You never know when it'll save. In Canada, prostitution is legal, but buying it is illegal, so the onus is on the Johns. Why make it legal then? Like, is there like places it takes place, like inside of a house filled with ladies of the night? My friend wants to know how to successfully have a friends with benefit. What? That's the friend? Your friend with benefit? Hello, I am friend with benefit. You come over, you buy me Christmas gift. I make sure that you eat soup and are happy. This is the benefit. I do not beat you to death. To not criminalize people trying to survive. Well, but, sorry, I'm just trying to understand the context of, like, if there's prostitutes, like, and they have, like, a centralized hub in which, because, I mean, if you're criminalizing the Johns, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's clear that, like, I don't understand why you would continue to incentivize the process by allowing them to have, like, a centralized hub in which they sell the services. You know what I mean? Like, that's like having a grocery store, but then making it illegal to buy groceries there. Like, I just don't really understand. I'm talking from merely an economic standpoint. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm missing some context here. Apparently in the U.S. it's illegal to buy body parts to cannibalize, but it's not illegal to be a cannibal. Okay, good. We got options. I had an odd interaction with an old man on the mountain. I ran into a guy with a big soup pot. Creepily stared me down as I left. Old man left a rake on my car. Everyone kept staring as I left. Yeah, it's weird. I see it as protecting the girls themselves who don't always have a choice. But the idea is that you don't want prostitution to occur, right? So you're saying, but like, as long as they don't have, I mean, I guess, so you're saying that these girls are doing it. I'm not really sure. I just don't really understand. It's like, aren't you basically allowing them? I don't know, I'm confused. There's a workaround to all this. 2-night stands with the pros where one of the nights is in Canada. Do that and you're all good. Exactly. There's always a loophole. Yeah. Ended up married to a prostitute. Whoops. Trafficking and murder are highest amongst the job. Right, so like, why would you even want to, like, wouldn't you want to find out where those girls are being trafficked if they, quote unquote, didn't have a choice? And then, like, kind of nip the whole process in the bud, you know what I mean? I'm just confused why you would criminalize one but not. It just seems really strange. It almost reminds me of like an Epstein thing where you're like, we'll allow it to keep going just so but you know, we're going to look into the list. So the pimps are illegal too. Okay, I'm not super familiar with the economics of prostitution or how that all, you know, the culture. I have no fucking clue, man. Especially in Canada, I have no idea what's going on there. Well, yeah, I don't think the girls should go down, especially if they're like some, you know, addicted to drugs or some shit, or, you know, being human trafficked or whatever, which I guess go hand in hand probably. But I don't even know how to approach that scenario because it doesn't even make any sense. All right, let me just look it up on fucking chat. Well, let's finish this thing. I feel like I'm not getting the full context and nobody's telling me. No big deal. Be careful out there, especially hiking Be careful out there, especially hiking or in places where it's just you and some rando. And carry pepper spray if you can. You never know when it'll save your life. Why does that sound so weird? Saying it'll. It'll is not like, how does that phonetically sound? It's not a big deal. Nothing is a big deal. You never know when it will save your life. The place my brother and cousin go to is run by a tiny Russian girl, and apparently they are all happy. I mean the girl. Yeah, I mean, if it's like a transaction or whatever, I mean, whatever. Man, I don't give a fuck. I do not care. It's just weird. Okay, we're going to dig into this real quick to figure out the specifics in Canada. So when I visit across the border, I don't get in trouble. No, I'm just kidding. All right. How does how does the Constitution work in... They should make a prostitution constitution. Something where it protects their God-given rights to sell their body. How does prostitution work in Canada? I don't want to talk about it tonight because I'm too sleepy. I've experienced the process of maid here in Canada. If you have questions. Maid? What are you talking about? Sorry. Okay. In Canada, prostitution itself, the act of exchanging sex for money, is legal, but most activities surrounding it are criminalized under the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. Okay, PCEPA, passed in 2014. The current legal framework is modeled after the Nordic model, which focuses on criminalizing the buyers, not the sellers. Here's how it works legally. Selling sex for money independently without exploiting others, receiving money for sex, being in possession of condoms or working alone as a sex worker, illegal, purchasing sexual services, communicating to buy or sell, profiting from someone else's sex work, okay, so no pimps, advertising sexual services, even Except OnlyFans. That's a legal pimp. Running or being part of a brothel, any place. Okay, so we can't have a centralized location. Well, okay, at least they don't have like houses for it or something. I was thinking like, what the fuck? Do they have like a place of business, but then as soon as you step in there, they just throw a net over top of your head? Made as medically assisted suicide? Wait, we're jumping into that now? What the fuck are you talking about? What did you say? Oh no, you're good. What, you said you were digging into the medically assisted suicide concept? I mean, honestly, if you think about it, this is all set up to like have like a very obvious like sting operation process, because it's like then all of, you could just like, I don't know, your undercover people could be out there essentially just trying to bust the Johns. We also have programs to help women escape prostitution. That's good. I just forgot to say something about it earlier. Oh yeah. Let's ask. How does MAID work in Canada? Canada. Alright, MAID also allows a mentally competent adult with serious and what is this? How do you even say this word? I feel like an idiot. I guess you don't know what you don't know, right? Irremediable. Interesting. I just could not work my way through that one. Irremediable medical condition to legally end their lives. 1. Clinician administered, a physician or nurse practitioner gives a lethal injection. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you imagine going to nurse practitioner school and you get to kill people at work? Oh, that's fucking weird. 2. Self-administer, the person takes prescribed drugs themselves. What the fuck? What do they give them? Hey, Zella. Guess what we're learning about? To qualify, a person must be, and guys, don't do this. Understand that I want you to live, okay? I want you to live forever and don't ever die. I'm just reading about this for educational purposes. Be 18 or older and mentally capable of making health decisions. Be eligible for publicly funded Canadian health care. Make a voluntary request free from external pressure. Have a grievous and irremediable medical condition, a serious illness, an advanced decline with intolerable suffering, though death does not need to be imminent. Obama. What's my favorite sandwich? Oh man, they're all so yummy. Anyone you want to make, I'll eat it. Provide informed consent before receiving MAID after fully understanding diagnoses. Justin! No, you gotta live forever, brother. Forever. In Pennsylvania. After fully understanding diagnosis alternatives like palliative care and voluntary nature. Procedural safeguards. 2 independent clinicians, physician or nurse practitioner, must assess and confirm eligibility. They just walk in, they're like, yeah, kill him. Yeah, this one's gross, kill him. A written request must be signed and witnessed by an independent adult. There must be a chance to withdraw consent at any time. Final consent must be confirmed immediately before administration, unless a waiver of final consent is arranged. If death is foreseeable and capacity loss is anticipated. If death is not reasonably foreseeable, extra safeguards apply, such as at least 90 days must pass between first assessment and MAID unless capacity is immediately at risk. Expert consultation in relevant medical field. Thorough discussion on all options. How is nobody talking about like the strangeness of all this shit? I haven't heard any videos talking about MAID at all. Okay. What are some of the diseases people have had to qualify for MAID? That's so fun. Of course they have to come up with some like how does that doesn't even grammatically make any sense. Medical assistance in dying. Welcome to MAID. Medical assistance in dying. Please insert your 50 cents. I'm now 45 and I'm planning to look hot for the next 20 years and then MAID. What? No, Penny, what the fuck? No, you're not. Guys, stop Don't let the fucking government tell you to kill yourself. This is stupid. All right, neurological conditions. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a progressive disease that affects nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord. No, guys, stop. Everybody get out of the made machine. Get out of the made machine. Multiple sclerosis. What? Parkinson's disease in advanced stages, Huntington's disease, strokes with major long-term disability, dementia, only if consent is given while still mentally capable. What the fuck? Organ failure, degenerative conditions, end-stage COPD, congenital heart failure, liver failure, cirrhosis, kidney failure, cancer, metastatic cancers, terminal stage, chronic pain, severe osteoarthritis or spinal conditions, fibromyalgia, severe back injury or paraplegia, quadriplegia with chronic pain and declining health, autoimmune diseases, long COVID. Really? Guys, I have long COVID. Put me in the kill machine. Diabetes with complications, poverty or homelessness is a factor, chronic mental issues, people with long-term disability, people who play Overwatch. All right, let's COVID the long way. Have there been any controversial times in which it's been used on someone who's freaking dead? Futurama sounds like the future. I mean, really, we're getting there. That's what I'm saying. Like, half the time, all these like sci-fi worlds that people come up with literally just give like ideas to the government. They're like, a suicide booth? Not a bad idea, cartoons. In 2024, an Alberta woman referred to as MV in her late 20s was approved for maid despite concerns from her father. What? In her late 20s? Who argued she had an undiagnosed mental illness that impaired her decision-making. Courts ultimately ruled family members have no power to override her choice if she meets the legal criteria. Wow. Wow, that's wild. Canadian man says daughter 27 lacks ability to fully consent. Wow, that's freaking ridiculous. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine being a father and like your daughter's going through some like mental health crisis and the government's like, yep, you can kill yourself. Here's the pill, you know. Here, we'll help you. Sir, you have to step out of the room while we kill your daughter. Get back, sir. We will put you in jail if you even try to stop this horrible fucking diabolical nightmare that's occurring before you. Alright, 2. Reports from Ontario coroner reviews and AP have highlighted cases where non-terminally ill people have sought MAID largely due to isolation, poverty, homelessness, or deficient social support rather than unbearable physical pain. A man with bowel disease and substance abuse suffering homelessness faced euthanasia. Oh my god. Euthanasia. Oh, like we're like horses after breaking our leg during a race. A woman with chemical sensitivities and PTSD cited unstable housing as a key reason. Crazy. Ethical distress among healthcare providers. Private forums for MAID clinicians revealed deep moral discomfort when patients express vulnerable motives, like lack of housing or inadequate financial aid, as a primary reason for seeking MAID. Providers have debated whether euthanasia is being used as a replacement for social services rather than raise red flags about systemic failures. I mean, certainly, yeah, they're like, we can't fucking afford this, let's just kill everyone. Disability advocates have raised alarms about MAID being used for individuals with non-terminal disabilities. Dude, whatever happened to just being like homeless under a bridge? You know what I mean? You're under the bridge, and once in a while, you and the boys just like break out into song. Hey, 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 and we don't have a lot of money for bread. But now they're just like, they're not even going to do a musical. They're just going to go right to getting lethally injected. Disability advocates have raised alarms about MAID being used for individuals with non-terminal disabilities and provisions known as Track 2. They argue that this may reflect societal ableism and poor community inclusion. Everyone should be able to kill themselves. Promoting a review by the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in March 2025. AP News reported that many cases involve financial insecurity, homelessness, or being labeled a burden causing doctor unease. Yeah, I would imagine. The Guardian, PBS, and The Times have also spotlighted MAID being chosen for non-medical reasons like isolation, lack of basic support, encouragement, medical professional, blah, blah, blah. All right, how many people have died from MAID in 2024? Exact numbers for 2024 aren't available yet. What? In 2023. Oh! Wow. What? Guys, you're not gonna fucking believe this. Yo, Jensen, what's up, buddy? Guys, you're not actually gonna believe this. Guess how many people were medically assisted in suicide in Canada in 2023? Just guess. Just put out a number. That's right, Jensen, 1 million. 15,343 people had received medically assistance in dying. That's, I don't know why. Like, I mean, I just thought it was going to be like maybe a couple hundred or like maybe not even 100. I don't know why. I thought it was like this super rare fucking thing. But that is fucking, I don't even know. That's like, it's like baffling to me. Like, imagine, like, to the extent that it's like the same number of people that like die in like wars in like a weird abstract way. The fact that, yeah, Jensen next. I don't even, how do you even work in an environment like that where like people just come in every day, they're like, next, here's a pill, next, here's a pill, next, we're gonna need an injection for you, make it quick. I expect over 1K, but under 2 to 3K, that's like mini war. I know, that's a lot of people in 1 year dead because the government's like, fuck you, you wanna die? Sure. I don't know, I guess like there's the question, I don't know, there's a lot of question there. There's a lot of like moral ambiguity to all of that. That's fucking wild, man. God damn. You celebrated the day it became illegal. No, Penny, stop it. You're not dying, dude. We need you. We need you. Like, imagine, do you do sculptures? You guessed, oh, no, yeah. Major Bagler, yeah. All right, I'm sorry. Honestly, I just wanted to dig into that a little bit, because that's fucking insane-o to me. We do it for our pets, why not people in terminal pain? Do you have to, Christy, do you have to agree with everything the fucking government says all the time, forever? Don't you ever get hit with like some aspect where you're like, maybe my side's not always the fucking... Come on, man. Isn't there a little bit of question in your heart of like what the fuck is going on? Alright, story 4. I used to work as a trail guide, and this one time, I had to scout a trail that we didn't use much to make sure that it was safe for a guided hike that we had coming up. It was a simple process of checking for fallen trees, washed out paths, or anything else that might prove hazardous to the group. Probably one of the easiest things you get to do as a guide. I get to the deepest part of the trail, way out to where it's just me and the trees. I'm poking around looking for signs of trouble when, out of nowhere, 2 guys step out from behind some trees. They were rough looking, like they'd been out here a while, with dirty clothes and scruffy faces. My stomach dropped as soon as I saw them because I could tell right away that their intentions weren't good. One had a knife in his hand and the other was giving me this big, creepy, fake, friendly smile. I remember trying my best to stay calm. No, it's okay. It's just, yeah. I don't know. It would just be so sad to find. I don't know, man. I think the government's sick. I genuinely think there's some, like, sickness deep within. What a transcendental thought I just had there. There's a deep sickness within. It's not quite doing what it was intended to do at the beginning. Your dad died by MAID. It allowed him to die with dignity. You can fearmonger all MAID you want, but at the end of the day, people get sick and they're going to die and want autonomy. Well, I wasn't fear-mongering, brother. I mean, I know nuance, you know what I mean? I'm sorry that your dad has passed away, but I'm just saying, like, out of 15,000 deaths, I'd be curious to find out more of, like, the data of, like, what they were going through, each individual one. Like, are all of them within the ethical, you know, window that makes sense to allow it? Is it always elderly? Is it always the infirm? I mean, I guess they have to qualify for that, but it's a genuine question. And I mean, I don't think it's a fear-mongering thing at all. And I'm offended you said I was fear-mongering. Hey Joe, my friend is thinking of starting a channel that tells stories like news or Reddit. As a pro at this, do you think she could be more personal with storytelling or go full narrator mode? Well, it seems like people really do like people being on a screen, you know what I mean? Because they kind of connect with them. So I would say the new meta going forward is definitely showing your face, like, right out the gate, to kind of connect with your audience if you want, or something of that nature. Maybe summarizing things and not doing, like, direct Reddit reads, you know? Honestly, people just want to connect with a person on... It's easy to look at the stats and say that's fucked. The process literally goes in front of a judge. That's true, I guess. Yeah, I mean, okay, well then what do we have? What's the next question? So 15,343 people have died by medically assisted suicide. Right. Foxglove will slow your heart. It grows wild in the piano. Don't need government permission. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, but I just, is there any further data to categorize those 15,000 plus 15,000 people? Only 11,000 were political prisoners? What are you talking about? Alright, so demographics, location, gender. Slightly more men, 51.2%, than women, 48.8%, chose MAID overall. However, among track 2, non-reasonably foreseeable death, the trend is reversed. 58.5% were women, 41.5% men. Okay, age, median age was 77.6 years. Most recipients were aged 75 to 84, with track 1 recipients reasonably foreseeable death, 75 to 84, made up 32.5% of cases. Okay. So what's the reasonably foreseeable death again? Track 2 recipients 75 to 84 comprised 29.4%, but younger recipients less than 64 were more common among track 2 versus track 1. Province territory, Quebec 36%, Ontario 30%, British Columbia 18%, remaining 50% spread across the rest of Canada. Let's see. Underlying medical conditions. National summary isn't fully released yet, but 2022 data helped indicate trends. Cancer, most common, 63% of cases. Cardiovascular conditions, 18 to 20%. Respiratory conditions, 13%. Neurological conditions, 12 to 15%. Organ failure and other conditions, collectively 33%. British Columbia, cancer, cardiovascular, neurological, okay. Context interpretation, track 1 versus track 2. Track 1, natural death foreseeable, approximately 96% of provisions. Track 2, death not reasonably foreseeable, approximately 4%, approximately 630 cases in frail elderly, people who play HOTS, Track 2, fragility or frailty and chronic pain are common factors. Many recipients over 85. Palliative and disability supports over 75% receive palliative care. Yeah, but like, have any of these people thought that maybe they might live forever? No, I don't know, man. That's, I guess... Alright, everybody just... What happened to just jumping off a fucking cliff? And then if you survived at the bottom, they smash your head with a big mallet. The old way. The Glocky way. Medically assisted dying, torpedo style. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, honestly, if you think about it, I've worked with a lot of old people, and they are not happy, bro. Like, especially in nursing homes. Their skin, dude, their fat, like, they've got skin and fat, right? And it's just, like, dripping off of them like they're wearing a costume. Do you remember when the Swamp Thing got out of, like, the swamp? And he's just got, like, green shit and, like, ivy and like gross fucking lily pads hanging off of them and stuff. That's what they look like all the time, getting out of the shower. And it's not that I'm trying to be mean to them that way. I'm just saying, like, you're definitely not as hot as you used to be. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if me at that point, I'm like, fuck, I wish I lived in Canada. My friend's dad had cancer. He knew it was inevitable, so he opted for it while he was still on his feet. Damn, dude. I mean, can you, like, if you knew it's coming, if you know it's coming, right, with the cancer thing, can you, like, preemptively sign up for it, and then when it gets real bad, then it's, even if your brain starts to go, you can get it then? My next tummy ache, I'm going to Canada. Oh, shit. Jensen's the funniest man I know. I know him. He sold me a Hellcat. Alright. Well, yeah, we learned something today, I guess. Everything that's scary is bad. Alright, yeah, let's start fear-mongering again. Guys, what actually happens is if you don't eat your vegetables in Canada, they fucking shoot you in the head with a shotgun. But the person that shoots you, it's illegal to have a gun, so they go to jail. So it's even. Put me in the machine. I get to the deepest part of the trail, way out where it's just me and the trees. I'm kinda poking around looking for signs of trouble when, out of nowhere, two guys step out from behind the trees. They weren't rough looking, they were rough looking. In fact, they were actually rough looking. I don't know, I just hope that the meat didn't go to waste. They were rough looking, like they'd been out here a while with dirty clothes and scruffy faces. My stomach dropped as soon as I saw them because I could tell right away that their intentions weren't good. One had a knife in his hand, and the other was giving me this big, creepy smile. I remember trying my best to stay calm, but my heart was pounding so hard I could actually feel it. As they got close, the guy with the knife started yelling at me, telling me to hand over my stuff. He was vicious, waving that knife around, saying that he'd cut me if I didn't listen. I gave him my backpack, my water bottle, and even what little cash that I had on me. The maid doctor was actually a gyno, and she just did maid when it came up, which was rare. Like, wait, any doctor could do it? Final Destination 101. Can I bitch about Long Legs now? Can I ruin the movie Long Legs for you guys? You just watched Long Legs? What is that? It's a spooky movie. It's you on the airplane, kicking in the back of the guy's head in the front of you. Alright guys, I'm going to spoil Long Legs, so if you haven't seen it and you really want to see it, I don't suggest it, but if you haven't seen it yet, I'm gonna ruin it. So, 3, 2, 1... Spoilies coming up. Alright, so can I give a synopsis of the movie from what I remember? Okay. So basically, the movie starts out. It's like a little girl walking out of her house, and she's like, what the fuck's out here? It's like snowy, and then like some creepy cars in the distance, and then up walks like, what we come to find out later is like Nicolas Cage was like, hello little girl, hello little girl, yeah, birthday girl, oh, you can't see me, even though it's like, what do you mean you can't see me? What, little girls can't look fucking up? But I guess it was implying that, you know, it was, she was, for some reason she was taking a picture of him with a Polaroid, I guess. I don't fucking know. And he's like, I guess I wore my long legs today. And he comes on, he's like, ah! And his face, he just has like a freak face, right? You know? Why he has a freak face and like prosthetic face, you never find out. You literally never find out what the fuck is wrong with Nick Cage's serial killer character. He's just creepy for the sake of being creepy. Anyways, so she grows up, right? You don't know what the fuck happened. She grows up and she's a detective, I guess. She's a detective. She's like a rookie FBI agent or something. And she has like no emotion whatsoever. Doesn't smile. I mean, she does smile. She does laugh. But it's like the whole time she just talks like a little, like if you listen to her voice, I don't know if it's the actor or if that's the voice she was putting on, but her voice literally sounds like a little girl. It's weird. It's like a grown woman, but like a little girl's voice. It's very weird. And like, she just like, she's an FBI agent, now a rookie, but she has like nothing, she just has no emotion whatsoever. And yeah, she acts like an android. It makes no sense to me whatsoever, like what they were going for or why she was that. And in my mind, I'm like, is she a bad actor? I can't really tell. I don't know her from like other stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be like a mental illness kind of thing, but it just feels weird because there's no you're not given any context as to why or what she is. But the vibe of the movie is definitely starting out very strong because there's a lot of like intrigue. There's a lot of like the cinematography is good. For as weird as she is, she does it fine. You know what I mean? She does it in a way that it's not like too distracting. Like she kind of just feels like she's your video game character that you're like playing with. And, you know, she just doesn't have any, you just chose not to say a single like piece of dialogue throughout the entire playthrough. Even though I've heard that there's like a trope, I guess, from like Swedish investigative movies, that Swedish investigative characters that are female have no emotion or something. So like they were copying that Swedish, I guess. I don't know. That's just what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. But like, anyways, they're out going door to door in all these cookie cutter houses, and they're like, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're there and going door to door looking for this killer. And then like randomly she just like looks over and looks at the house and she's just like, that's the one. And then her partner's like, huh? What? That's the house? And he's like, what's the difference between that one? It's like, I just know it's that one. And he's like, what are you, a psychic or something? And then he goes up to the door and then immediately gets shot in the fucking head. And you're like, okay, I guess he was an asshole for questioning her or something like that. And then she goes in there, and then the whole house, like, she goes in with her gun, the whole house is like covered in like plastic because there's some murderer in there. I was like half paying attention in the beginning, so I don't actually know what the fuck that, because that murderer like doesn't come back at all, I'm fairly certain. I thought that was going to be the long legs type thing. And then, but then basically the fact that they found that person, it like leads the FBI to kind of like ask these questions as to like, how did you know that was going on? So they do like other psychic tests on her by like telling her like, you know, we're going to flash things on front of you on this like projector. And this takes place in the 90s, but it was like 1975 or something when she interacted with like long legs. And then there's been like these murders of these families that like have been going on since the 70s, and it always takes place with like a little girl who's like 6 days before her birthday or some stupid shit, and that like the murderer of long legs is like never in the house, it's the family killing them, but then he's like sending these letters with cryptic messages, taking credit for it, that like when's my birthday? It's in June. Dude, it makes no fucking sense. And then, but it's interesting. Like, it all feels interesting. It kind of feels like MK Ultra-y. It kind of feels like, you know, maybe she does have these sort of abstract psychic powers that they're going to dive into and give you a little bit more science behind it or some shit. And she has, like, some part... Okay. I'm just going to skip to the end of the movie. Are these legs shaved or waxed? I think they were shaved. They looked good. And like, so just skipping throughout this entire movie, it pretends that it's going to be this like psychological thriller with like a really in-depth degree of like who the killer is and all the different clues you get and piecing it together and all this kind of stuff. And okay, major spoilers here, major spoilers. You come to find out that Longlegs, aka Nick Cage, who just kind of like plays like, oh, it's me, Nicolas Cage, I'm crazy, you know, like, which kind of like you eventually kind of follow along with him, so it kind of takes you out of the mystery of actually being afraid of him, because a lot of times the things you're afraid of are the things that are like scary, you know what I mean? But then as soon as you kind of see it and you see the monster and it describes the monster and all this kind of stuff, it takes the fear completely out of it. And you don't ever find out his origins. Apparently he's a devil worshiper and the devil is in him. But what apparently he's been doing is he makes these dolls. He has these really crazy, intricate dolls of little girls that he wants to kill or something like that. And he puts like some type of stupid hollow piece of metal ball in the doll's head. Right? And then it has, when you tap it, it has like a vibration that makes you think crazy shit. But then none of it makes any fucking sense. And basically, he made some deal with the FBI agent's mother when she was really little to not kill them if the mother assisted in delivering these dolls to like his victims' homes. And then once she gets in there posing as like a nun who's handing out free Bibles that you want at the church or some shit. Yeah, and he's the man downstairs. Right, the man downstairs. What an analogy, you know, he's Satan or something. I don't know. And he lived under her house. He like lived under her house for years, like in the basement, but she was like unawares, I guess. None of it. You literally need to see this movie just to determine. You guys need to help me figure out forensically that this movie was written by AI. In my fucking opinion, this movie was written by AI because it doesn't seem to have the ability to think that mishmashing a bunch of terrible ideas or like spooky ideas together into one thing while not hyper-focusing in on just like one of them maybe isn't the greatest fucking idea ever. Like, because it doesn't, because you don't actually dig into each one specifically, it just ends up making them all feel really disconjointed and strange and abstract. And then the fact that the movie starts out strong, it almost pisses you off that it becomes so insane. So anyways, her mother makes a deal with the devil quite literally by like telling that guy that okay, don't kill us, but I'll deliver these dolls to your victims' houses over the course of years or whatever the fuck, who knows. And then she takes it there, she puts the little doll down, and then he does all the work via the little thing in the doll's brain or something, the little metal ball. Somehow he's able to like psychically connect with it. Why? None of it makes any fucking sense. None of it makes any sense. Why that works, who knows? It's like abstractly scientific, but abstractly also like satanic or something like that. And then when he does it, he drives the family crazy, and then the family kills them. They kill each other. You know, that's you know. So it's always this weird thing. It's like this guy's taking credit for it, and he seems to know when the murders are going to happen or where they happen, but he's never there. He's like, gotta have an accomplice, and then the accomplice is like the girl's mom, and oh God, it's so bad. It's so bad because it starts off like this sort of almost homage or a certain sense of intelligence to it that reminds me of like Silence of the Lambs. Even the girl has like a certain sense of like, I guess, innocent character to her, I guess, where it's like she's really not interested in anything other than being a good FBI agent, I suppose. Even though you don't really find anything about her really at all, because I don't even know. And like, I don't know. And then it's like, where did Nick Cage's character come from? He's just like kind of born evil. He just kind of is born to look weird and be like a monster. Oh, it's so bad. I want you guys to watch this just so you can hate it with me. Just so you can, and you don't have to hate it. You don't have to hate it. Yeah. They need to make the sequel. Daddy, if they make a sequel to this movie, I will have lost all faith in certainly the devil. What's it on? I think you can get it on Amazon. I think it's on a lot of random stuff. You do hate it, that's good. You guys this is your homework. And I'm sorry to have spoiled it, but it's such absolute shit. It's on Hulu, nice. His background was like the failed rock star that got in. He was a failed rock? What? Okay, I'm looking this up. I actually have to know this. In the movie Long Legs, what is the backstory for Nick Cage's character as the evil man? The trailers. I mean, I'll riot if they make part 2 because it just has no reason to be part 2. Like movies like this, these psychological thrillers, they need to be one and dones. There's no fucking reason we ever need to see this weird prosthetic face on him ever again. Okay, glam rock origins turn sinister. Director Oz Perkins revealed Cobble, which is the guy's name in this movie, Dan Ferdinand Cobble, the chilling occult serial killer known as Longlegs. His backstory is more symbolic than fully fleshed out, but interviews and fan insights paint a haunting picture. He just wants to be a glam rock guy, plays a guitar kind of badly in his mom's basement, and one day his life changed, and he had to go to work for the devil. Oh, that's so bad. The fact that that's just like how he decided to even like fill it in just goes to show you like the foresight. Dude, Stanley Kubrick's The Shining had so many layers of symbolism, of curiosity, of interest, that there are people who made an hour-and-a-half documentary about the fact that that movie could be used to symbolize Stanley Kubrick's faking of the moon landing or something like that. And it genuinely is like something that's kind of believable when you watch it because it's interesting. But where are those guys? Where's our geniuses? Where the fuck are our genius writers? Where are the smart people? Where are the intelligent individuals who make movies? Longlegs sucked. Heretic sucked. Barbarian sucked. These movies suck. And I'm sorry to be mean. And I'm sure some of them, I mean, there's certain aspects to be enjoyed about them. But my God, who is writing this shit? Who is writing these movies, bro? Shining is part, yeah, I wasn't really into part 2 of The Shining, but brain rot claimed all our brain cells. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Just like, where do you find the good shit anymore? Play the old stuff. This feels like a cash grab. Wart wart. He was vicious, waving that big knife around saying he'll cut me if I don't listen. I gave him my backpack, my water bottle, my Tamagotchi, and even what little cash he had on me. While that's happening, the other guy, the one with the smile, was acting very nice and saying things along the lines of, "Just do what we say, sweetheart, and you'll be fine." They tell me to turn around, and before I can say anything, they tie a blindfold over my eyes. It was an old rag that I remember smelled almost sweet, like sweat. Like sweat dirt. Dirt sweat. Wendy is the killer in The Shining. Half the movie is her hallucinating. She is the one who hurt Danny. Jack is trying to calm her down the whole time. There's a lot to this theory. See, that's fun. Like, there's so much to that movie, or just by itself, it stands alone, you know what I mean? As, like, solid. And there's theories. But when a movie is just, like, trash, it's like you don't even want to bother with the theories. What's the point of bothering with the theories whenever the writers themselves couldn't even come up with, like, any type of, like, intelligent direction or theories, or like maybe a multi-layered onion that you're unpeeling? Like, it's just weird to me. It's honestly fucking weird to me. It's the devil. Hail Satan. Like, shut the fuck up. It was an old rag that I remember smelled like sweat and dirt. After that, they tied my hands behind my back with more of that same kind of rag, probably old torn up clothes, and then they yanked it tight so it hurt my wrists. I was trying to stay tough, but internally I was completely freaking out. I told them, Hey, you can't leave me like this. There's bears out here. If I'm tied up, I'm dead." I was hoping they'd have a heart, maybe loosen the ropes or something. But maybe that was the good cop having worked on me a little more than I'd like to admit. Because when they hurt... Opinion on Smile and Smile 2. Yeah, I actually liked Smile and Smile 2. I mean, it's like, it set its rules, and it accomplished what it's set to do, you know what I mean? Tea time, thank you. It's like it did its thing, and then I thought Smile 2 did even better. I thought it just did what it set out to do, and it was good. It wasn't like groundbreaking, but I just can't stand whenever like a story tries to like... Why do I think Barbarian sucked? Well, I don't know. It just like didn't make any fucking sense. Like you go to this house, it's like a shitty Airbnb. I mean, right in the beginning, it was like a shitty Airbnb and like it legitimately looked like she was staying at an Airbnb in like a fake nuclear fallout, place, where that's like where they test nukes in like Chicago or something. Have you seen Creep 1 and 2? I actually have seen Creep 1 and 2. Those are kind of stupid, but I mean, I didn't really expect a whole lot from them, honestly. My friend threw that on and just watched, but with Barbarian, it was like, okay, we're kind of getting thrown off because of like Skarsgård and all that kind of stuff, right? He's supposed to be like the creep or whatever. Yeah, I mean, Creep 1, it's like whatever, But once again, with Creep 2, with Creep the movie, it's just like the whole time he literally made like worse decisions and stories than the people from these like Let's Not Meet stories. I'm just like, how the fuck? But at the same time, sometimes you need your characters to make terrible decisions just for it to like make any sense why they're in like a worse and worse situation or whatever. But anyways, with Barbarian, it's like she goes to this place, Skarsgård's there, blah 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 blah. Now all of a sudden they're in the basement. There's a fucking like huge tunnel down in the basement that you shouldn't go to. He like, she comes back up, she's like, fuck all that, and he's like, I better go check it out. And you're like, why? And he's like, I don't know, so I can keep the movie going. And then he goes down there, and then he gets like kidnapped, and then instead, for some reason, she likes him, I guess. I don't know why. He's screaming. Right? And then she goes down there. The guy, first off, where's the Barbarian? Where's the barbarian in the movie? Why is it named Barbarian? Where's the barbarian? And then all of a sudden some Resident Evil style monster witch comes out of nowhere, and like, usually when people are like inbred, right, over the course of many, many moons, through multiple generations, you don't like, they usually don't mutate to get like superhuman fucking strength, you know, to be as strong as like a Ninja Turtle, essentially. Like that was literally, she was literally a Ninja Turtle that came out of the woodwork, out of nowhere, took Sarsgaard's head and just fucking smashed it against the wall. Scene 1, done. Or, you know, act 1, done. Great. That was fucking weird. But what's, you know, it still leaves you wondering, like, what's going on? And then you go to Justin Long, and he's like, I'm in Hollywood, and I'm a rapist, or whatever, you know. And his life goes to shit, right? Long story short, somehow he ends up at that fucking Airbnb or some... Oh, he owns it, right, because he's, like, trying to sell some properties or whatever, which, you know, logical progression of story, interesting. And then when he goes there, he then finds that weird shit, ends up down there, blah, blah. And then basically it's just a monster movie. That's all it is. It's like some sort of strange inbred beast is as strong as like a skinwalker. You know what I mean? Like it's as strong as a werewolf. It's as strong. Yeah, and Justin Long always has to die. I don't understand. She's like an inbred monster who just like wants milk or something, and at some point it gets like hit by a car, gets thrown off the edge of like a water tower. You know what I mean? Like it turned into like, the fact that it went so off the rails insane with its like story, it's like these kinds of movies genuinely make me wonder, what the fuck, what are people watching? Like, what are people watching where they come out the other end and they're like, bro, you need to see Barbarian, man. The part where, like, literally nothing makes any fucking sense in the trailer, you know, had nothing to do with what occurred in the movie. And yeah, but I mean, like, a product of mutation, but like mutation when you're like inbreeding over the course of 4 generations underground, you don't become stronger. You don't get like superhuman X-Men powers, do you? And if that's the case, if that's just like what they came up with, was like somehow she has, you know, super beast-like abilities, and that's their whole thing, you know, like that's somehow tangentially connected to a guy who was kidnapping women and digging a tunnel in his house and raping them or something. I don't know, when you really think about the movie as a whole, you're just like, who the fuck wrote this? Like, what was the plan? Where were they even going with this? It's just a weird monster movie. It's just an abstract, weird monster movie. There's nothing like unique about it. No interesting idea. I don't know. It just felt like a waste of time. Sounds just like Pennsylvania, exactly. That was actually me down there. An inbred beast. Joel, it's a classic trope that inbreeding makes boogeymen super mutants. It was written by a member of a comedy group, Whitest Kids You Know. Oh, well, I guess that's true. I guess The Hills Have Eyes, they're like kind of strong, aren't they? So maybe I guess they were kind of going off of that or whatever. That'd be so funny if all of us have... Oh no, Hills Have Eyes was like radiation, wasn't it? Like, wasn't it inbreeding, but there was also like, didn't they test nukes in that area? Which then kind of makes you wonder, actually, for those abandoned houses in Chicago. Was there like nuclear waste? The vast majority of people in certain countries are inbreeding with first and second cousins for generations and they don't become super strong. Exactly, it's BS, man. Thinking of Wrong Turn. Yeah, and I think Hills Have Eyes, they kind of had like weird shit like that, but maybe that was just... But I feel like there had to have been inbreeding with that, or maybe just the radioactive stuff. I don't know. I've kind of had it up to here with horror overall. You can't see where I said the here part is, but just imagine it's up there. Okay. Because when they heard me asking for mercy, they just laughed like it was the funniest thing they'd heard all day. The mean one says, "That ain't our problem, lady." And then I listened to the sound of their footsteps crunching away through the leaves before... What about the substance? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. First off, I want to apologize for being such a negative fucking Nancy. I know I am. I know I don't like anything. I know the only good horror on the internet is Let's Read. But I did not like the substance. I didn't. I thought it was stupid. How many times have we seen that story before where it's like an older woman or an older person trades their health and their wealth and all the good stuff or whatever for a chance to be young again or whatever, and then at the end it just became sort of like some gore fest, you know what I mean? And it's like sort of making a statement on like all these big TV producers are assholes and all they want is the hot, attractive person and blah, blah. It's like, yeah, we get it, man. We get it. You don't have to teach us anymore that same fucking lesson. You know what I mean? Like, it's like sometimes these people like just take these like fairy tales they've heard since they were little about you should value the person deep within inside their heart and not what they look like. And it's like, okay, I get it. But I want big tits and nice ass. Come on, where's the babes? No, but it's just like, I've seen it a million times. I don't need it anymore. I liked Demi Moore. I liked the other girl with blue eyes. I think she did great. I think they did great. I think the cinematography is good. I think the music was good. It's just beyond that, I'm very much a story guy. I like the story has to tickle my taint a little bit, with its curiosities. And I just haven't felt that way for a bit, you know what I mean? I definitely think Hereditary got there for me, When that little girl's head explodes, that was like the first time in a while, I'm like, holy shit, here we are. I actually don't know if I've watched any David Fincher films. You'd have to list one, because I'm not really sure. You wish you liked Hereditary? Yeah, I mean, like, I gotta be honest, I think I've only watched it once. But I remember, what's his name, CZS World. He does, like, breakdowns of, like, all of the lore and stuff. And I watched his lore video on Hereditary and how it goes back to the that demon Mammon, I think, or something like that. And I really like those. I like how they hide all of that. The FNAF movie was the only good movie out in the past decade. Midsommar. Oh yeah, Payman. That's right. Thank you. Pay me. And I like that. I like movies you can go back and kind of like find the little hidden details. And to me, I think that's impressive. I think that takes like foresight. I think it takes a degree of not just writing like, and then this happened, and then this happens, and then this happened. You know what I mean? It's like, it takes a larger degree of kind of like understanding and encapsulation of the entire world. And you're just like falling into a brief moment in time within that world. Have you seen Heathers? It was kind of fun. I don't think so. Oh, fuck, sorry. What am I doing? 7, Zodiac, Fight Club, Gone Girl, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, American version, and Mindhunter, Netflix, all David Fincher. I haven't seen 7. I have seen Fight Club. I have seen Gone Girl. I have seen The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, but it's been a while. I haven't seen Mindhunter. Fight Club, yeah, I love Fight Club. Do you ever show pretty videos of cats on YouTube like bird? Yeah, he doesn't seem to have too much interest though. He's very much like he doesn't really react to music. He doesn't really react to like anything. He's very much grounded and just like he's anti-brain rot. Where evil lives. And Spanish movie that honestly felt new in terms of tropes, as beyond decently visual plus decent gore. The title is called Where Evil Lies. Yeah, I think you guys told me to watch that one. Is that it's where it's like it's like zombies. Well, it's not zombies, but it's like rather than it's like you get possessed. You get possessed, but like being near somebody or something occurs and you get possessed. And I thought it was interesting, the manner in which it's sort of a contagion between each other and the speed at which the possession kind of like transfers between people. And it was interesting. My cat loves the OIIA video. I wonder how Pradeep would react to it. Which that one? I hate the American version of the girl with the dragon tattoo. The American version of Old Boy is awful too. I doubt you remember, but I told you I was having a kid at 18. I was struggling at the time, but now my baby boy is here, and I'm cleaning off probation. Sawyer is now 2 months old. Dude, Bryce, congratulations, man. I'm proud of you. How does it feel to be a Faja? Faja. I still need to see 28 years later. I really do want to see it. I can't wait, honestly. One day we'll get there. As Above, So Below. I haven't. No, I know what you're talking about, though. You haven't seen Seven with Man. It's not so much a horror story as much psychological thriller. Yeah, that's what whenever I was looking at like different reviews and stuff for the movie I was just talking about. Freaking Longlegs. I kept hearing mention of Seven, so I'm surprised I haven't seen Seven because I've heard of it multiple times. So I definitely will probably be watching Seven and probably really liking it, I imagine. Okay, Misty, take care. Because when they heard me asking for mercy, they just laughed like it was the funniest thing they'd heard all day. The mean one said, "Hey, that ain't our problem." And then I listened to the sound of the footsteps crunching away through the leaves before everything went quiet again. Once I was sure they were out of sight, I started wiggling my wrists and pulling hard against the rope. They were really tight and it hurt like heck, but I kept at it. And before long I was sweating, my arms were aching, and the bindings were starting to rub my skin raw. I tried twisting and tugging and even trying to pick at the knots with my fingers. Then after what felt like forever, but was probably a half hour, I finally got one hand loose. From there, I yanked the rag off completely, then pulled the blindfold away. I was free, but I wasn't safe yet. I didn't stick around to look for my stuff those guys might have left behind. I just started running back down the trail as fast as my legs could carry me. The whole way, I was looking over my shoulder, half expecting those creeps to pop out again, but I kept moving till I finally saw the trailhead in the distance. When I got back to headquarters, my boss was there doing paperwork, and he just about jumped out of his chair as I burst in. I remember panting, trying to get the words out, but all I could manage at first was just call 911. He didn't ask questions. He just grabbed the phone and dialed as I sat down. Then after handing me the phone, I spilled the whole story to the dispatcher. The two guys, the knife, the blindfold, all of it. My boss stood there wide-eyed as I talked, listening to what I'd been through. He couldn't believe his ears, and he told me later that nothing that terrible has ever happened to any of his employees, past or present. Given the severity of the call, the cops showed up quickly, at which point I went over the story for a second time. They asked me to go into as much detail as possible in terms of describing the guys, as well as what they said and which direction I figured they might have gone. I did my best, but it was all a blur. They were unshaven, wearing dirty jackets. One was taller, the other one shorter, and I told them about the knife and that creepy good cop, bad cop routine too, and how it seemed almost rehearsed, like they'd done this before. The cops said that they'd send a team out to search the woods, but I didn't hold my breath. I knew those guys would probably be long gone. As the cops left, my boss told me to take the rest of the day off. He was a great guy like that, and he could see how rattled I was. And I sat in the break room waiting for my ride and trying to calm down, but every time I remembered how they'd laughed, this feeling of anger and dread would get all fat and heavy in my chest, and it'd only go away if I cried or yelled or hugged somebody. Those guys didn't care if I lived or died, and it makes my skin crawl to think about it today, but I still eternally am grateful to God for making sure that I made it back in one piece. Oh wow, did you hear that? I made it through all of that and my voice squeaked right at the end. But I'm still eternally grateful to God for making sure that I made it back in one piece. I heard the director is planning on returning with Mindhunter in the form of 3 2-hour movies. Oh shit. Mindhunter. Mind freak. Trying to have Joel see our message like playing roulette every time, wishing he reads you. Well, I don't know if you heard me reading something else for the past fucking 5 minutes. What message? Chris Angel. Oh, you didn't have something you want me to read, you just want me to read yours in general. That's funny. So I moved to the other side of the world with my boyfriend to the Outback and OZ, and we've now broken up. So your stories are my lifeline to sanity at the moment. Appreciate you. Yeah, no problem. Sorry you're broken up. I don't know. Life is tough like that, man. You know, you just give it all and it just doesn't quite work out. But hey, you tried it, and hopefully you can get home here soon. Staying at these tree house hotels called the Qualicum Spirit Spheres, and I'm so excited. What's up, sir? You do a video on cryptocurrency in the day Bitcoin hits an all-time high, not that who would have thought. Yeah, that was kind of fucking weird, wasn't it? What's it at now? 117 Bitcoin price. 122. Hoo-wee, boy. Yeah, guys, I'm not trying to be crazy, but we are entering into a stage of Babylon that you will never understand. And I want to highly suggest to you that if you'd like to be the richest person in Babylon, invest now. Joe, I've been talking to you, Anne. Anne what? And one, you're up on the free. If I gave Mon Blue, if I gave you a basketball right now, could you make a free throw shot? Last month, the actor Holt McCallany commented about a conversation he had with the director. But yeah, it's on Google. Super hyped. If it does happen, though, that'd be sweet. Yeah. Am I not sleeping early? I mean, it's not been great. I'm not trying to fall asleep like too late, but I don't know. My sleep schedule's not been awesome, and then I don't know. I get yapping for something's been okay. But speaking of which, I'm gonna go take my magnesium. I'll BRB. Yeah, I'm going to have a meet and greet on the Appalachian Trail. If anybody lives on the App Trail anywhere, look for me. Oh! The Appalachian. Sorry, Appalachian Trail. The ooh-ee-ah meme with a spinning cat. What are you talking about? The ooh-ee-ah meme with a spinning cat. Ooh-ee-ah. Ooh-ee-ah. I don't know what we're talking about, sorry. But I do like memes and I like cats. You need a snack? What should you eat? Maybe some sort of protein would feel good. Milk Mouse. Kind of crazy. I drank that water. And did you ever drink a bunch of water in your tummy and you just feel like all your serotonin receptors just kick off all at once? You're like, yeah, fuck yeah, you're happy. I'd love the meme. Let's look it up. Guys, I'm gonna make you guys listen to me watch Dude Perfect videos, but you don't get to watch them with me. You just get to listen to me go ha, whoa. Okay. Oh. Oh, I've seen this, yeah. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. This is pretty sick though. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Wow, 270 million views over 5 months. Brain rot. Yo. Alright, whatever. Dude, you know what's so funny about that meme? Is that the same people that sit there and make fun of fucking millennials for actually lolcats. That's the most fucking 2008 meme I've ever fucking seen in my goddamn life, bro. And it just shows you that humor just doesn't change. No matter how old you are or what you are, humor just, it's all gonna come back to some fucking stupid cat. Alright, so where are we at? Number 5. It's younger kids watching now, so it's all reset. Everything is reset to the beginning. Show it to Pradeep. He just starts spinning like that. It does sound like infected mushroom. He thought I didn't like them. Well, I'll make an exception for a lolcat. Yeah. Okay, guys, this is the last story. Let's get it. Let's freaking get this cheddar cheese, boys. Many years ago, I was out on a trail with my group, leading them through the woods like I've done 100 times before. It was a nice day, the sun was shining and the birds were chirping, and since we'd been hiking for a couple of hours, I figured it was time to take a break at a nearby stream. It's one that I regularly stopped at with my guys, and they'd top up their water bottles or splash their faces to keep cool, and then as usual, they put down their packs, pulled out their snacks, and then started chatting among themselves. I'm keeping an eye on them, making sure nobody wanders off or does anything dumb, like stepping on a loose rock, when one of the guys, a guy with a big old backpack, asks if the water's safe to drink. It was a fair question. Nobody wants to chug something that's going to make them sick, and so I tell them that I'll check it out like I always do. And the routine was pretty simple. I walk upstream a little bit, maybe 50 yards. 50 yards? 50 yards? Oh, God. We're going 50 frickin' yards. Ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah. If you're born between the year 1980 and 1998, you're gonna die tomorrow. Deli going to bed, nighty-night. It was a fair question. Nobody wants to chug something that's going to make them sick, so I tell them I'll check it out like I always do. And the routine was pretty simple. I walk upstream a little, maybe 50 yards or so, to make sure there's nothing funky in the water. Usually I'm looking for stuff like dead birds or small animals that might have fallen in and started rotting, because that kind of thing can leach nasty bacteria into the stream, and I ain't about to let my group get sick on my watch. In all my years guiding, I'd never found anything worse than a few leaves or some mud, and it's usually just a quick check to be on the safe side. So I leave the group to munch on their granola bars and head upstream. It's gurgling along all peacefully, and I'm just strolling, keeping my eyes peeled, and thinking about how I'll maybe crack a joke about how it's cleaner than city tap water. But then, I stop dead in my tracks. Right there in the middle of the stream, sitting in the shallow water, is a deer's head. Not just any deer's head. It was rotten. Like really badly rotten, too. And the thing's a total mess. The eyes are cloudy, there's flies buzzing around it, and the smell hits me like a punch to the nose. I've seen dead animals before, but nothing like that, because the cut where the head was chopped off was clean. Way too clean for it to be some predatory animal. It was like someone took a sharp blade, made a hunting knife, and sliced clean through the thing's neck before they left it right in the water. My gut was telling me it was ant. Ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah. That was perfect. It was a perfect rendition. This is my cover of the Ooh Yeah cat. You get on America's Got Talent. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Hey Sam, 99. Take care. Is Justin being icky in the chat? He's giving everyone the ick. I remember whenever someone gave me the ick, aka HIV. My gut was telling me it wasn't an accident. It felt like someone put it there on purpose, like they wanted it to be found. I figured maybe it was a warning, though I didn't know who'd do something like that or why. I remember standing there for a second or two just staring at it and trying to wrap my head around what I was seeing. The water's flowing around it, carrying who knows what downstream to where my group's sitting, and I knew right then we had to move. Give me the ick. Give me your ick. That'd be kind of a funny way for someone to die in a zombie movie, is if, I don't know, the zombie's like head is like trapped in some sort of situation, and then the guy is just like, you know, he's kind of one of the crazy characters or whatever. He's like, fuck you, man. Fuck you, this is what you get. You know, because the zombie's been giving him trouble the whole time, and the zombie's head's caught, and he's just kind of there mocking it like, and then the zombie just like goes, like, and then just projectile vomits from a pretty, you know, short distance, like all over his face. And then he's just like, oh my god. And then he either becomes a zombie or his face starts to like melt off because it's like acid, like zombie acid stuff. You guys stop trying to keep me in trouble. Joel's gonna squirt gun me with cat piss again. Lock me in the basement. This isn't a jokey. This is no jokey. This is a no jokey zone. Do you guys think we'll be here in 50 years? Still in the same chat, but I have 100 viewers. It just keeps going down. You just woke up. You just woke? You woke? Are you woke? I remember standing there for a second or two, just staring at it and trying to wrap my head around what I was seeing. The water's flowing around it, carrying who knows what downstream to where my group's sitting, and I knew right then we had to move. The water wasn't safe, and from what I could tell, neither was being there in the first place. The only thing was, I knew I couldn't tell the whole truth either. Those folks were out there for nothing more than an afternoon hike. If I told them the truth, they might panic, and I didn't need a bunch of city people freaking out in the middle of the woods. I put on my calm face and then... Wait, what is even happening? What is he scared about? There's a dead deer head in the water? But he thinks someone put it there? Joel didn't like Barbarian because it was tipping the police off of his diabolical plan to my super basement. It's so funny to think, though, just like casually excavating a large cavernous like cave system in your basement and just like nobody noticing. Oh yeah, I figured he was digging a lot of dirt. His house was just filled with dirt. I make you feel like you're not enough? Why? What happened? What'd I do? Am I being mean? I'm doing one of those old Joel meanie things that Joel does, where he's a big meanie pants. Here, I got an idea. You take my voice, you make an AI out of it, and then you can make it say whatever you want it to say all day, every day. Moment with you, Nutella. Nice. Caution. The host of this podcast is a bully. A cyber bully. Now you could turn off your screen, or you could continue to wreak his wrath every stream. His victims include liberals and jocks. It's because I complain about less live viewers. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess I get, you get really, when you do YouTube, you get addicted to like the idea of money go up, or, well, not money go up, but I mean, that is a good thing, but like number go up. So number go up, you need number to always go up, and if it goes down, you bad, woke jocks. What's up, guys? We're the woke jocks. That's kind of like PC Principal on South Park. An old man did that in Britain, spent decades excavating his basement, and the neighbors tried suing him after it was causing parts of the road to collapse. That's awesome. See, I feel like, yeah, but then conveniently, like, in Barbarian, he was just continuing to excavate his house. I don't even know. If you really think about it, he was kidnapping women down in his basement back when the suburb was sprawling, in like the, I don't even know, the 50s, like the 80, like the 80s? I think it's supposed to be the 80s, because I think you see Reagan or something like that. But then somehow he's the only one that sticks around after everyone's selling, they're selling their place and they're moving out. And then I don't know, is that when he started his excavation process? I don't know, man. How about we take your voice and make a sandwich out of it and serve it at school lunch? Babes, I like where your head's at. Do we gotta get Ready or Not? It drops on console tomorrow night. I think, didn't Wendigoon just make a video about Reddit or not? Reddit or not? Wendigoon made a video about how much he loves Reddit. I put on my calm face, the one that I use when I need to keep things under control, and then I tell them we gotta pack up and head back to headquarters. When they asked why, I kept it simple, and I calmly said that I thought that there might be a bear in the area. It just so happened to be rutting season, and it's true that bears can get real dangerous during that time. Wait a second, do bears rut? Or relate? Yes, bears go through a rutting season, which is their mating season. For black bears, typically occurs in late May through mid-June, with peak activity in early June. During this time, male bears actively seek out females, and competition between males can be intense. Sometimes I kind of wish humans went through a rutting season, just so we could I don't know when everyone's really horny. Because without a designated rutting season, it can just come out of nowhere. And you can't really plan for it. Dude was doing excavations for Asia. I think he must have been an architect or construction worker or something, spending decades on it. Oh, okay. Wendigoon did make a vid. Yeah, that's right. He seems to be a big fan. Ready or not. Humans always rutting. Ready to rut. At Ram Ranch. I put on my calm face, the one I use when I need to keep things under control. Then I tell them that we need to head back to HQ. When they asked why, I kept it simple, and I calmly said that I thought there was a bear in the area, and it just so happened to be rutting season, and it's true that bears can get really dangerous during that time of year. It's a good enough story, and bears are scary, so nobody questioned it. I saw a couple of them looking a little nervous, but they trusted me to keep them safe, and that's exactly what I intended to do. I got them to grab their stuff, and then we started hiking back the way we came. The whole way back, I was keeping my eyes peeled, checking the trees and trail for anything else weird, but if someone was watching us, I sure as heck didn't see them. I kept quiet, but my mind was racing. Who'd do something like that? Was it some hunter messing around? Someone trying to scare us a little, or something worse? That sounded so bad. What the fuck was that? Something... Something worse. Joe Rogan is Mr. Clean's little bro. Little Scrappy-Doo. It is so funny when you I don't know, seeing Joe Rogan's height. You're like, holy cow. He's a tiny little fella. But I imagine I say that as he kicks me in the sternum and boom! Boom! Have you guys, wait, was it you guys or who told me? How tall is he? Joe Rogan's pretty short. He's 5'6". How tall is Joseph Rogan? It says 5'8", but I don't know. There's something about well, okay. There he is next to a Jewish man, and they are approximately the same height. So I guess Ben Shapiro says he's 5'9", but doesn't look 5'9" there. And Joe Rogan looks very compact. .58 with lifts, yeah. I mean, I guess it's whatever. But have you seen the video where Joe Rogan he tells a story of how he did not kickboxing, but it was taekwondo or something like that, and then he stopped because he hurt somebody. But it's such a funny fucking video. It's as he describes it, every scene he describes is literally just a scene from Karate Kid, the movie. And so he just I don't know if he's gotten hit in the head too many times, but everything he says, he's just it shows a one-to-one comparison of Karate Kid, and he's just kind of saying things that have happened in that movie, and it's pretty funny. You're not even 5 foot, but a guy at 5'6", no. You wouldn't get with a guy that's still 6 inches taller than you? That's funny. But everyone's has a right to their standards. Story of him where he fought a bear. Yeah, that was also Karate Kid. I kept quiet, but my mind was racing. Who'd do something like that? Was it some hunter messing around? Someone trying to just scare us a little, or something worse? I didn't know, and I didn't like not knowing, but my job was to keep these people safe, so I focused on that. I kept the group moving at a steady pace, not too fast to make them worry, but quick enough to put some distance between us and that stream. That let's read stream. You guys are a bunch of shortcakes. Bunch of tiny little elves ready to make some cookies. And my tree that I've captured you in. I think personally is what personality. What the fuck's that? Is what you get attracted to. Like, you could look like ogres from Ella Enchanted, but your personality is sweet. I'm a sucker. You were 5'9", now you're 5'6". Really? What happened? I can't imagine. I wonder if there was something I could do where I just like get stretched out. I get stretched. I get real stretched out. Now I'm tall. 4-hour-long breakdown of the game is good. I'm good. Right? Yeah. I don't know. He must really like that game, I guess. I mean, Ready or Not, it's literally just like what, a tactical like clearance game, kind of like the SWAT games or whatever. I've watched some gameplay. I don't quite recall it being like that sweet. I remember it like being kind of janky. Do I watch Red Letter Media? Yeah, I love those guys. But I watched them do their review on Longlegs, and they had like 0 criticisms of Longlegs. And I kind of noticed that. I've kind of noticed that with Red Letter Media lately, and it's not a big deal. It's fine. But I think ever since they completely fucked Star Wars, Disney that is, I think the soul has just been sucked out of them so hard. Like it's almost like they've been filled with so much hate for Hollywood for destroying one of their favorite series to such an extent that it kind of like reset, like Pac-Man, right? Now you just end up on the complete opposite spectrum where they're kind of just okay. They're kind of apathetic towards stuff, and they can kind of just like see through whether or not a movie is fine and not get too worked up about it. Me, on the other hand, I like getting worked up. But I did get taken aback a little bit whenever they acted like there was nothing wrong with Longlegs, and it was just like, at all, guys? Like, really? Nothing? What do you like about Hearthstone? Well, I just play the Battlegrounds mode, right? And with Battlegrounds, it's just like everybody starts off on the same foot, and you just try to like build a little hand or whatever, a war band, with the resources that you get and whatever you roll. And it's kind of bullshit, and it's kind of like just scammy, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't even play it that much like in the past couple weeks because I've been busy with the Mr. Ballin and No Sleep stuff. I feel like I always got like some other shit to do. So I haven't really had a lot of time for video games. Justin, you're 5'4"? No, you're not. I thought you were an actor. You're also 10 years old, yeah. I do remember being in like second grade. There was some chick who was like 5'2". I was in second grade and I saw her as like 5'2", and I was like, holy shit, she can probably dunk. And she could. Tom Cruise is an actor. He's 5'4". I think Tom Cruise is like 5'7". How tall is Tom Cruise? 5'7", yeah. But he just has like proportions that make him look very like, I don't know, fit into clothes pretty well. Well, you can't be like Danny DeVito height and be in like movies, in the type of movies I imagine that you're in, that I made up in my head. You can't be Danny DeVito. There's only one. I didn't know, and I didn't like not knowing, but my job was to keep these people safe, so I focused on that. I kept the group moving at a steady pace, not too fast to make them worry, but quick enough to put some distance between us and that stream. I cracked a few jokes and pointed out some birds, anything to keep their minds off that bear. They were wary at first, but I guess they trusted me enough that by the time we were around halfway back, they were chatting and laughing again. When we got to HQ, I pulled the manager aside and told him that we need to cut that trip short. I didn't go into details about the deer head, not right away at least. I just say that we spotted signs of a bear and didn't want to take chances. He nodded, knowing that I'd never call it quits for no reason, and tell me that I did the right thing. We got the group's fees refunded, no questions asked, and while they were still a little bummed about the trip getting cut short, they were happy to get their money back. I'm so confused about this story, like what the fuck happened? Could a dead, rotting, if a deer's head is in the water, right? Is the abstractness of it the fact that the rest of the body is not also rotting in the water? Because I've seen rotting, corpses of shit in water streams, right? Obviously, you don't want to drink downstream from it, but it's this sort of assumption in this story that, like, an evil person did it is really weird. A few of them even thanked me for keeping them safe, saying they'll book another trip later when the bears aren't so active, and I just smiled and nodded, telling them to come back any time. But once they're gone, I sat down with a cup of coffee and told my boss what had really happened. We agreed it was probably nothing, just some idiot trying to spook us, but as I told him, it certainly didn't feel like nothing at the time. That deer's head still pops into my head sometimes like a message that I didn't fully understand yet, but the bottom line is I kept my group safe, and that's all that really counts. I guess. From what, I'm not really fucking sure. Whatever. That sucks. It sucks that had to be the last one. But I guess it's also good that it's at the last, because I don't know. I didn't really associate that with like something scary was happening. Oompa loompa doompa dee doom. Hee ha hee 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 hoo hee hee hoo. One more story. I gotta go to beddy, bye. But let me read the outro. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to the podcast. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, time to go mow my lawn. Sir, it's 3 a.m. Like, yeah, early bird gets the fucking worm. Early bird gets the fucking worm. Break out my cool flute. Oh yeah, I don't even know where it's at. The flesh flute. Sorry. Alright guys, well, my life be like ooh, ooh. Yes, thank you for the reminder. I got that saved, and that will go into tomorrow's video. But I will get it up edited over on Patreon first things first. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. And then I will get it up on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST. Guys, listen, if you can, please watch the YouTube videos as soon as they come out. But also, do you want me to post when I go live on my Instagram story, letsread.official, at letsread.official? The child you're talking about, pretty... is nowhere to be seen. Enhance gooning. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. That might help to get more people here and kind of like create a cascade. Because we haven't, it's kind of weird. We haven't gotten back to the 500 mark in like a while. And it's just strange to me. It's almost like algorithmically throttled lately. And it sucks too, because like the channel's views have been going down as well, and it's just, I don't know, it's just a little nerve-wracking, you know what I mean? I'm like, what the fuck do I gotta do to get a fucking view around here? Alright, dude. But yeah, love you guys, appreciate you. I'll be back streaming on this coming Wednesday, probably around the 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. mark. But yeah, follow my Instagram at letsread.official, and I will see you guys. Yeah, I'll be posting my toes. Okay. Goodbye forever. Just kidding.